Good evening. I'd like to call the San Gabriel March 19th, 2024 regular City Council meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice Mayor Wu.
Please raise and place your hands on your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Harrington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wu,
Here.
Councilmember Chan,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca.
Here.
Thank you. Now we'll have some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. When speaking, please state your name for the record. If you wish to receive City Council agendas, please sign up on the city's website.
Thank you. Next, we'll have approval of the agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? All right, seeing none, so we'll keep it approved as stated. Next item, please.
Presentations, Irish American Heritage Month. Mayor Harrington will make the presentation, and Sue Fitzsimmons, president of K9 Foundation, will receive the proclamation.
Thank you. So this is the City of San Gabriel's proclamation of Irish Heritage American Month. Whereas the month of March has been recognized as Irish American Heritage Month in the United States since 1991, and it celebrates the many great contributions of Irish immigrants and their descendants that they have made to our country and our history. And whereas in 1776, nearly 300 Irish nationals had immigrated to the United Colonies, and they played a crucial role in America's war on independence and helped fashion a system of government for a young nation. And whereas from early explorers to today, Irish Americans have played significant roles in American history and continue to contribute substantially to the diverse culture of our nation. And 23 of the United States presidents have proclaimed Irish heritage, including our current president, Joseph R. Biden, Jr. Whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans, and whereas San Gabriel is unique in its rich history and diversity, and Irish Americans of the San Gabriel community have influenced the development of our city and provided leadership and service in community life, we now, therefore, the City Council declare March 2024 as Irish Heritage American Month and urge all citizens to join us in participating in the various events and celebrations that honor Irish American culture and take the opportunity to thank Irish American citizens for their contributions they make to our community and to our nation. So thank you. We have Sue Fitzsimmons, who represents the volunteerism and the community service. So, Sue, if you would you like to take a picture first or say a few words, or what would you prefer?
I'll just say a couple of words. City Council, Mayor Harrington, this is very exciting. My grandmother was born in Ireland, in Galway County, and as a young person, her family migrated to Montreal, Canada, lived on Irish Street in the Irish community. She married, had 6 children, and then moved to Ottawa, Canada, where she lived out her life. But we're very proud of our Irish heritage, and this is very exciting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Council, if you'd join me in taking a picture with Sue. Thank you. Next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. If you wish to address the council, please fill out a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk. Tonight, we'll be taking our in-person speakers before the submitted comments. Our first speaker will be Chastity Jennings-Nunez.
To our City Council, the City Manager, meeting attendees, and residents. The HERE Commission held its very first meeting on April 28, 2021. It was born out of a grassroots effort to increase resident engagement and provide a meaningful way for the city government to engage in inclusivity and access for its residents, as well as to foster respect and cooperation within the diverse population of San Gabriel. It would not have come into being without the strong support and work of Councilmember Menchaca and former Councilmember Jason Poo. Councilmembers Tony Ding and Chen Ho Liao also supported and voted for the creation of the HERE Commission. As current mayor, John Harrington stated on March 5th that he never voted for it anyway. It also would not have come into being without the work of residents like myself who championed and advocated for a commission dedicated to DEI work in our city. In less than 3 years, with no dedicated budget and the work of purely volunteer commissioners, as well as a dedicated city staff, the HERE Commission has an impressive list of accomplishments. We collaborated with both the Gabriel Tongva and Quiche Nation leaders to develop the first City of San Gabriel video in celebration of Native American Heritage Month. We developed and implemented the HERE Commission Youth Ambassador Program, the first and only city-sponsored civic internship opportunity for high school students. We have had an extensive list of guest speakers to provide informative presentations at our public meetings. We recommended that the City Council agendas be translated into Mandarin, Vietnamese, and Spanish and posted on the website for each meeting. This was accomplished for the Council and HERE Commission agendas and continued for over a year. And our most visible accomplishment is the Mental Wellness Expo that was held in 2022 and 2023. For 2024, we were working on our third mental wellness event, preparing to send out our youth ambassador applications, and poised to launch the LGBTQ+ public safety program, All Are Welcome. The HERE Commission is larger than any individual on the commission and should be larger than any single council member's efforts to end it for personal reasons. The commission was created to foster difficult conversations, and it is ironic that we are being threatened with termination for doing just that. As a HERE commissioner for the last 3 years, my ask is that this item never become an agenda item, and that those with the power to reverse this course will do so. And I just want to say in the last few minutes that I really appreciate the support of people who have come out, who have sent in their public comments, and who will continue to support the work and the maintenance of the HERE Commission for the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean Raya.
Good evening. I was dismayed to hear Councilmember Menchaca call for the termination of the HERE Commission on March 5th. Had the motion come out of a deliberative process, it might have had some credibility. But it arose from what I would describe as a lapse in good governing, an intemperate response to the HERE Commission questioning her comments regarding the All Are Welcome proposal. The fire was lit by the angry comments of Sherry Cabot, accusing the HERE commissioners of lambasting and bullying Menchaca. I've known Councilmember Menchaca since she was a student at SC and find it beyond imagining that she needs defenders against alleged bullying. The volunteer citizen commissioners, your appointees, are intelligent, informed, and compassionate individuals who care about building a healthy local social community in San Gabriel. You have praised their work and approved their work plans. At their February 27th meeting, they held a respectful, thoughtful discussion of their proposal. They proposed some concessions to the council's concerns, but held their ground on what they believe are the merits of the program itself. They solicited an opinion from their youth ambassador. They did not direct her to act, and they expressed understanding and concern for her peers. Yet, Karina Rivera and Councilmember Menchaca, as further justification for this motion, have repeated the trope that young people are too fragile to discuss issues related to gender identity, at the same time that they call for additional mental health resources. The HERE Commission identified the need for mental health resources from its inception, and they continue to see issues through that lens. Still, Ms. Cabot demands, who do they think they are? They're just a bunch of volunteers seeking the council to do their bidding. I suggest that the more appropriate question is, who do you, the council, think that you are? Your privilege to sit on this dais comes from the voters in this community. You're obligated to hear their voices and accept the diversity of thought. You don't have to like what you hear, and you are free to disregard it after conscientious deliberation, but you are not free to seek retribution nor to punish the HERE commissioners and all who benefit from their work. Agreeing to terminate the HERE Commission sends a message to San Gabriel and our neighbors that we believe that the work against hate in all its forms has an expiration date. You know that's not true. I ask you to send a better message to all those engaged in this work and all those who benefit from it by abandoning this effort. Thank you.
This community are also people of color, namely Asian American, Pacific Islander, or Latinx. It's essential to recognize the intersecting identities within our community. Contrary to Councilmember Menchaca's implications, these are not disparate groups. They are our neighbors, friends, and family united in their diversity. In 2017, the UCLA Williams Institute found that 27% of California youth identify as LGBTQ+. The Trevor Project's 2023 survey reveals that 41% of LGBTQ+ young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, and nearly 2 in 3 stated that their mental health worsened due to local policies banning discussions on LGBTQ+ issues in schools. We need to listen to our youth. And then there are the hate crimes. The 2022 LA County Hate Crime Report documented nearly 1,000 reported hate crimes. 1 in 5 of these hate crimes were committed against the LGBTQ+ community, so don't tell us that there isn't data to support programs like this out here. All of these crimes nearly all were violent. And 2022 also saw the most hate crimes ever committed against our transgender communities. The motion to disband the HERE Commission under the guise of it having completed its work or no longer being needed is not only a disservice to the citizens of San Gabriel, but also comes off as a direct attack by Councilmember Menchaca and her allies on efforts to foster inclusivity and support for all community members. In closing, I urge the council to reconsider the motion to disband the HERE Commission and to support the All Are Welcome program. The center remains dedicated to working with the city to ensure San Gabriel is a place where every person can live openly and authentically without fear, and we stand ready to hold the city council accountable and to collaborate on making San Gabriel truly inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Evelyn Torres Rangel.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Torres Rangel. My husband and I have lived in San Gabriel for over 45 years. We both taught at Gabrielino, and our sons went to McKinley, Jefferson, and Gabrielino. I'm here to show support for the HERE Commission and its All Are Welcome program. In the past, San Gabriel has had many community programs in support of other groups, Latino, Asian, etc. We should also show support for the LGBTQ+ community. Racial and ethnic groups already have the support of their own families. However, many members of the LGBTQ community do not have that family support. They rely on us as allies to provide a safe and supportive environment. Some ask, if a business does not display the All Are Welcome sticker, would that business be branded as anti-LGBTQ+? I don't think so. When we taught at Gabrielino, GHS teachers on an opt-in basis were given the opportunity to put pride posters in their classrooms. Some teachers opted in, some did not. Those who did not opt in were not branded as anti-LGBTQ+. Those that opted in provided a sorely needed, safe, and welcoming space for our students. Just last week, a student at Gabrielino, who is a peer helper, told me that while some students are comfortable being out, many students still are not. This student said male students in particular do not have the confidence in being out at Gabrielino. This student would like to see our city show clear support for the LGBTQ+ community. Last spring, students at GHS put up pride banners all over campus. It was beautiful. However, many of those banners were stolen. This was an insult to the LGBTQ students at GHS. Really, it was an insult to everyone. The California Healthy Kids Survey showed that 72% of the students in San Gabriel Unified in grades 6 to 12 identify as straight, 72%. This means that 28% must identify as LGBTQ+. This 28%, your constituents, deserve to be seen and deserve to be treated with dignity. Please retain the HERE Commission, and please support the All Are Welcome program. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Domingo Torres Rangel.
Good evening, board members. My name is Domingo Torres Rangel. I have lived in San Gabriel for 45 years. My wife and I are founding members of Gabrielino High School. We were 2 of the original 12 teachers that opened that school back in 1994 with about 300 ninth graders. One of our most impactful achievements during all of our years at Gabrielino was when Mrs. TR became the advisor of a new club on campus called the GSA Club, or Gay Straight Alliance Club. I helped her as a co-advisor. One of the many activities that we did as that group was come up with a safe sticker campaign that was completely voluntary for any teacher to display one of these stickers on the window of their classroom to indicate that this room was a safe and supportive space for LGBTQ students. Of course, me and Mrs. TR put a sticker on each of our class windows. Well, one day, a female Asian student came to my class after school and asked if she could talk to me about something that was on her mind. She said her parents were very conservative and would not be accepting if she came out as lesbian to them. She feared they would disown her and kick her out of the house if she made this revelation. I said perhaps she should wait until she was in college in a safe space, then reveal herself to her parents. That way, she would have a place to live if it didn't go well. Several years later, I got a letter from this former Gabrielino student, and she said, quote, "You might not remember me, but I followed your advice, and things eventually turned out well. I don't know if you realize that you saved my life, because I was having hopeless thoughts at that time. We need to offer our continued support to the LGBTQ community, especially in this current political atmosphere where anti-LGBTQ legislation, book bans, flag bans send negative messaging to LGBTQ+ people and encourage bullying behavior to others. If you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem." Thank you.
The next speaker is Vicky Goto.
Good evening.
I'm Vicki Goto, the current chair and a founding member of the Human Equity, Access, and Relations Commission. Over the last 3 years, the HERE Commission has accomplished a great deal. We conducted a community survey to determine residents' concerns and aspirations. We have created and hosted 2 mental wellness events to address the mental health crisis in the community and to reduce the stigma of seeking help. We have celebrated our Native American community's cultural heritage and uplifted their historical importance to this community. We have activated the city's first mandatory implicit bias training for all city employees, and we are the only commission to bring youth ambassadors to the table to give young people a voice in shaping their future. We have amplified the need for translation services at city events and meetings to include all members of the public. We secured our own grant funding when none was available from the city's budget. We have brought speakers and resources to the community addressing issues such as environmental justice, appreciation for the differently abled, solutions for affordable housing, information about voting, and resources for families of children with special needs. I'm extremely proud of the work we have accomplished and all of my fellow HERE commissioners, past and present, who have volunteered countless hours of their time and energy to these efforts. And yet, when the HERE Commission proposed a public safety program for the LGBTQ+ community, one of the most marginalized, demonized, and vulnerable groups in our community, especially the youth, instead of standing up for equity and inclusion for all people, as they have said is their intent, some members of the council want to silence the HERE Commission by terminating it, ironically proving the point that this is a critically needed program right now. Diversity, equity, and inclusion work is not easy. It is not comfortable, but it is essential, and it requires all of us to examine and overcome our personal biases for the greater good of society. The council will show its constituents with its actions whether they are truly interested in equity and justice for all people, or if they were simply jumping on the performative bandwagon 3 years ago when the HERE Commission was created, and are really only interested in protecting the power and privilege of the few. Either way, as someone who has beloved family members and dear friends in the LGBTQ+ community, I will not be silenced when it comes to their right to be accepted and loved for who they truly are and valued for their talents and contributions, just like everyone else. I stand by the outstanding work of the HERE Commission, and I'm very grateful to everyone who has expressed their support tonight. I urge everyone to get involved with the HERE Commission, which will be meeting right here in this room next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
The next speaker is Julian Loza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Julian Loza, current resident of San Gabriel, and Gabrielino alumni as well. So I'm here to represent the Wallace Memorias, a nonprofit organization dedicated to serving the Latino, LGBTQ+, and other underserved populations in Los Angeles, including San Gabriel and neighboring residents. The Wallace Memorias support the work of the HERE Commission. I urge city councils to keep the commission alive to enhance equity and inclusion across the city. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wei Tsi.
Whiteys. My name is Whiteys. Thank you. I remember when I was a child how some decals made me happy, like seeing Disney decals or like seeing some ice cream decals at an ice cream store. And though these decals were small, it was something that made me feel instantly happy inside. Smile and gave me joy. Even at my age now, as a father of a transgender child, it still gives me the same feelings, especially the ice cream decals, because I know that I'm in for a treat. So allowing a business to choose to have a decal of the San Gabriel Valley Bell with rainbow colors would have been important because it would have given me and my LGBTQ family that same feeling of happiness and joy. Knowing that when I walk into this business welcomes me, and knows my transgender child, and will not discriminate against who I am and who my child is. If you feel this rainbow decal is not necessary, then you're not asking the right families or the students. It's a small decal. I ask you, would this decal of a bell with rainbow colors, have caused pain or love? Love, of course, I say. So let's choose love. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sung, TSE.
Hello, everyone. I speak to you as a proud mother of a transgender child. It's funny how something small to you may be big, something small for me may be big for you, and vice versa. My child texted me excitedly one day at his first day of college, so I was expecting something big. He said that one of his professors had distributed a getting to know you questionnaire, and the first question was, what were your pronouns? Not a big deal to you and me, right? Some of you may even roll your eyes. But this was a huge thing to my child. He felt safe in that classroom because of that small thing. The rejected sticker campaign for San Gabriel businesses who would have had a choice to display or not, it's a small thing, but a very big thing to people in the LGBTQ community, especially to the youth who are at such a vulnerable stage in their lives. Tragically, some choose permanent solutions to a temporary problem because they don't see the alternative. LGBTQ youth are more than twice as likely to attempt suicide than the general population at the rate of 40%. Some of us wouldn't have given a second thought to those stickers, but for a young person facing hostility, bullying, shunning, even in their schools, that small sticker would be like seeing a warm smile. You are welcome here. You are safe here. My organization is the one who donated those flags to Gabriel High School in 2023, and we're really heartbroken when we learned that they were stolen last year. In the letter to the editor regarding the San Gabriel City Council Here Commission meeting, Commissioner Cheryl Cabot criticized Chairperson Goto, who suggested that a teen commissioner reach out to students at Gabriel High School who would be willing to talk to the city council in public about being LGBTQ. Quote, "This is disturbing on so many levels. First, these are minors. You're trying to exploit them. Did you consider the emotional backlash that this would create?" Do you see the irony in this statement? Commissioner Cabot implies that these kids would face hostility. She wrote that these high schoolers would experience emotional backlash by identifying themselves as LGBTQ in public. Her criticism actually promotes and emphasizes the need for safe spaces. These kids are still living in a time and place where being identified as LGBTQ is not safe, far from safe. As a mother who volunteers to protect LGBTQ youth, API students and youth in particular, I dream of the day we won't need safe spaces. But until then, safe spaces in San Gabriel are still needed, even if it is to save just one LGBTQ child. Some small things are life-saving. Thank you.
Kathleen Chavez-Morris.
Good evening, council members. It's amazing to see members of the public in the council chambers, including our local high school students. I'm reminded of how I was your age when I first attended my first council meeting and spoke to them, so bravo to you. Welcome to everyone who's here, but especially these youngest residents. My name is Kathy Chavez-Morris, and I'm a commissioner for the Human Equity, Access and Relations Commission for the City of San Gabriel. The formation of this commission is an extraordinary thing, full stop. The only comparable commissions in the area would be those in existence at the City of Los Angeles and County of Los Angeles. The only thing more impressive than its formation is the work performed to date. The commission has hosted a mental wellness expo, created partnerships with local community-based organizations, engaged with the community through public events and surveys, encouraged civic engagement among all ages of residents, and introduced important initiatives. I was shocked to hear that the council introduced and entertained discussions around the dissolution of the HERE Commission. Even more concerning was that immediately following the recommendation by our commission to council, that it was immediately after our recommendation by the commission to council to approve the creation of the formation of a 2S LGBTQIA+ community program. The program is similar to programs already established in Long Beach, Durham, Seattle, Nashville, Tampa, and Orlando. These programs were created by the municipalities and are often administered even by the police departments. This is not a new concept, but it's one that has been embraced by many cities nationwide as a simple but effective gesture that, one, reassures residents and visitors to our city that their community embraces everyone, and two, that voluntarily participating businesses are a safe space to live authentically as yourself. Although there's no current agenda item related to the dissolution of the commission, I'm here to express my continued desire and commitment to do this work on behalf of the community. I have advanced education in equitable public policy and have launched a DEI office at a major municipal utility. I'm eager to use these skills to benefit our community and continue with the thought-provoking and difficult conversations that need to be had around race, gender, age, disability, religion, etc. I hope you will all explicitly express your support for this commission, the work we have done, and the work that still needs to be done. Thank you.
Robert Izumi.
Good evening. My name is Robert Izumi. I'm a graduate of San Gabriel High School, and I'm also a father of a transgender son who was bullied and harassed in high school and barely graduated. I'm here tonight to ask you to continue the work of the HERE Commission, because as parents, we need the visibility and the voice of commissions like HERE to keep focus on the safety of our children. With over 500 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in 49 states in the U.S., including California, we must continue to have individuals advocating for and with our LGBTQ children. LGBTQ students within your district are looking for leaders and in their community to stand up for them, allowing them to feel seen, heard, and know that they matter. Rather than terminating the HERE Commission, which will send a message that their lives do not matter. Send a message of hope, and you will hear for them. Thank you.
Marcia Izumi.
Good evening, council members. My name is Marcia Izumi, and I am the proud mother of a transgender son. I am also on the advisory council for PFLAG National, the largest national organization that supports parents of LGBTQ+ individuals. So I know how important it is for our LGBTQ+ children to have champions like the HERE Commission. My son was bullied and harassed in high school in the San Gabriel Valley. I watched my son struggle. His grades go from A's and B's down to D's. He barely graduated. He was also suicidal, but I am a fortunate parent because he never lost hope. One of the ways our children live in hope is to see others who are advocating and send messages that their lives matter. This is what the HERE Commission is doing, bringing hope, and with hope comes resilience. I don't understand the position of Councilmember Denise Menchaca, who says the HERE Commission is no longer needed, when I know last year at one of the high schools, Gabrielino, the progressive LGBTQ flags that were flying there were stolen. These flags showed support not only for the LGBTQ plus individuals, but for those in the Black and Brown community. The HERE Commission is needed more than ever, and programs like All Are Welcome that support LGBTQ individuals are more important than ever. I'm saddened to hear when this program was presented, the All Are Welcome program, all of a sudden the HERE Commission was no longer needed. I'm saddened to hear when a school district with over 90% of their students are Asian, Latinx, Black, and African American, a commission to advance and advocate for respect for all members of the San Gabriel community may be terminated. Do not terminate the HERE Commission. Send our LGBTQ plus children and the 90% of the students in your district that you are an advocate for equity, access, diversity, social justice, and safety. Thank you.
Cheryl Cabot.
And Mayor and council members, I've been a resident of San Gabriel for almost 25 years. Due to the attacks on me in the media, social media, emails, and now in comments here this evening, I want to clarify that in the February meeting of the Community Services Commission, a month before the HERE Commission meeting, discussion transpired, I announced I would be retiring my position on the commission. I want this to be known so that those attacking me do not spin it to sound like I was forced to retire by the commission or the city. There are no term limits for serving on a commission. However, I felt that after 6 years, it was time for me to step aside and allow new faces and ideas. The attacks on me and Councilmember Menchaca were due to the fact that we exposed the bad behavior of the HERE Commission. Never once in all the rants did they apologize or even recognize their attempt to exploit minors by having them speak in public at a city council meeting about being LGBTQ+. Even if these students had come out to their parents, it may not be known by their classmates. As a retired school teacher, I know the damage that one harsh word or whispered innuendo can do to a young student. Currently, a legal battle on just such an issue is being played out by the state of California. The Office of California Attorney General Rob Bonta discusses the danger of imminent, irreparable harm by potentially forcibly outing LGBTQ+ students before they are ready. It could cause a lifetime of harm. Let me ask the HERE commissioners this. Would you parade your children in front of the public and the city council to discuss their sexual proclivities? I seriously doubt it, but you have no shame in using other minors as your props. The other issue that is very troublesome to me is the bullying by the HERE commissioners. They have tried to bully Councilman Menchaca. She has stayed firm. They have tried to bully me unsuccessfully, all because Councilmember Menchaca did not support their sticker program, and me because I dared to expose their bad behavior regarding minors. They have tried to bully commissioners from other commissions, and in fact, the entire city of San Gabriel, to bend to their selfish demands by putting stickers on businesses and city offices. Can you imagine the bullying a business would get if they told these HERE commissioners they didn't want to put one of the stickers on their door? The HERE Commission seems to have forgotten that they are just that, a commission, not a governing body of elected officials. Their purpose, as all commissions, is to serve as an advisory board. The HERE Commission has lost track of their purpose as an advisory board. They have resorted to bullying, false accusations, and name-calling. Where is the equity in that? By being divisive and controversial, they have opened the door to hate. Because of the hubris of these commissioners and the misappropriation of their commission and the disregard for the civil rights of minors, I encourage the City Council to dissolve the HERE Commission. Thank you.
Michelle Brenhog.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am a member of the HERE Commission. I don't remember ever bullying anybody, but I just want to say that out loud first. I thank you guys for appointing me to the commission first when it started in 2021 and again a couple of months ago. This is just an extension of my desire to cultivate safe and welcoming spaces. And I'm really proud of the things that we've done as a commission. I meant what I said in my interview when I said that I think we're just kind of starting. We're coming into our own now. And, you know, yes, when things are just starting up, there may be some bumps in the road. But I'm hopeful that we can still learn from each other and work together for our city. I'm not a politician. I've never claimed to be or wanting any kind of political power, but like I said before, what I really want is to cultivate these communities where people feel safe and welcomed. And part of that is sometimes bringing stigmatized or uncomfortable topics up. And I think partially systemic change comes from people in power having to have really vulnerable, uncomfortable conversations. I want to acknowledge that some of the comments that were made at the HERE Commission meeting, the last HERE Commission meeting, could have felt like we were attacking Councilmember Menchaca. You know, sometimes criticism feels not great, and I want to acknowledge that. And I want to say that if I'm wanting to create safe spaces, there are spaces for those emotions as well. And I'm hoping that we can move forward in conversation, in openness, in vulnerability together. Thank you.
Aaron, C2.
Good evening, Council. My name is Aaron. I am a junior at Gabriel High School, and I'm also one of the youth ambassadors for the HERE Commission. The first thing I'd like to clarify is that today I'm here out of my own independent volition. None of the HERE commissioners forced me to come here today. And also to clarify any of the bullying accusations, the entire HERE Commission has shown the utmost respect for me throughout my term. They've taught me a lot, and I really appreciate them for that. Not once did any of the meetings that I ever feel pressured. I always appreciated how they asked me for my thoughts, and I was given an open space to share those thoughts. And today I'd like to do the same. So the first thing I noticed is that in the last city council meeting, one of the core arguments you brought up was that San Gabriel's an inclusive city, so we don't need to expand it more. I agree that San Gabriel is inclusive, but that doesn't mean that there isn't any more progress to be made. I think it's been brought up a couple times now, but last year, pride flags were literally stolen over the weekend, right? This is an assault on like the students' like freedom and their safety. A lot of students don't feel safe if you can tell that there are people out there like burning these flags, doing all these things. As a student in Gabriel, and like speaking to like freshmen and multiple different students, the word gay is still used as a derogatory term. It's breeded a culture that only produces disgusting things that doesn't help our community. And I think that to an extent, while it's important we recognize that San Gabriel is inclusive, there is so much more that we can do, which is still why we need the HERE Commission. I think the idea here is that we shouldn't be so focused on attacking each other, but more so focusing on solutions. I don't think any of the HERE commissions have any bad intentions in criticizing Ms. Menchaca, nor the other way around. I think all of our concerns here today are justified, but instead we need to be focusing on actual solutions to these problems. Because when we normalize things like not promoting LGBTQ rights, you breed injustice. The only way you can fight against that is by clearly setting out what is right and what is wrong. Having those stickers up is more than just a symbol. It's about shaping the San Gabriel culture to welcome a community that has been historically oppressed. I've met several older folks who most might say that they're immediately that just are anti-LGBTQ, but in most cases that just isn't true. Most people aren't as educated when it comes to these topics, and the only way you can bring that education is by having these campaigns, right? All Our Welcome is more than just about providing a safe space. It's about providing a culture that educates not just older generations, but also younger generations to create a cultural shift that doesn't embreed justice, but rather promotes it. We should be working as a community to promote equality and diversity. And so for that reason, I urge the council to not abolish the HERE Commission.
Kelly Munoz Rios.
First of all, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, my name is Kelly Munoz Rios, and I'm also part of the Youth Ambassador. First of all, I want to clarify that when joining the commission, I've been no way have been enforced of coming here and having this agenda of LGBTQ plus community enforced into me. And so when I received this information to me just yesterday of how I was apparently forced to go to Gabrielino and tell kids about what's happening to save this program and how this could be a backlash. Just to clarify, when we started this program, we were informed about it and talked about it, and if I in some way or form felt uncomfortable, I would have immediately resigned. But I didn't, because I believe in causes like this. That meeting that was told, and from that comment from that city council members said, literally proves that we still need this HERE Commission, that there's problems that still needs to be talked, that this is what the HERE Commission provides, whether it be uncomfortable for some, it is still something that that still needs to be informed to the public. And I also want to say that if I in some ways form looked uncomfortable, I do want you guys to know that me and like everyone else puts their time to come here, and I sometimes feel tired from school, but I still come because I want to be to inform the people. I want to learn to be just like maybe one day one of you guys. And so it felt really sad, and I felt more uncomfortable of what your supposed defense was to me than what you guys apparently assumed I felt uncomfortable. And not only that, as a sister who has a brother who identifies as being gay and being part of the LGBTQ plus community, it was really heartbreaking that many people still can't identify themselves freely because there's still people that feel like they should suppress their identities. And that's why we can't abolish the HERE Commission, because we still need people like us to advocate these ideas. Thank you.
Vicky True.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, and I'm glad the city is investing in mental health for our city. I read today's council meeting agenda. I would like to ask for support for the HERE Commission, or to make sure that the LGBTQ plus mental health be included in the scope of service for the city. My name is Vicky True, and I'm a hairdresser and a barber in this beautiful city of San Gabriel. I'm also a mother, and I'm also a lesbian. And I'm here to talk to you about, hello? I'm here to talk to you about my experience. Our daughter attended McKinley Elementary School, and now she's at Jefferson Middle School. And in 2.5 years, she will be going to Gabrielino High. And I graduated San Gabriel High School. I learned about the city through the local restaurant businesses and my clientele who grew up here, and some choose to stay to raise their kids here, and some who after college got a job prefer to live in other city where they feel more safe and accepted. I think LGBTQ issues are very important to the city of San Gabriel. Since coming out, I have faced a lot of disapproval and rejection from people in my family and my community. There were times parents don't want to associate with me because they found out that I have a wife and a daughter. It was really hard for me, and I hope it's that easier for the next generation or this generation. There's still a lot of people in the older generation who are not as accepting due to the misleading, misinformed, misunderstanding, or untruth fear. It might not seem like there are many LGBT people in our city, but there is. We're just good at hiding or keeping ourselves on the down low. It is because we're not sure if we are welcome in the city. There's so much anxiety about not being accepted when you are queer. And I think this is hard for queer people, especially young queer people. When they don't know where to go, who to talk to about things, and scared and confused and going through puberty, questioning their identity, making it even harder. It can really affect their mental health, like anxiety, shame, fear, depression, panic attack, low self-esteem, suicidal thoughts. I went through suicidal thoughts, and I tried to kill myself back then, but I survived. But in any case, in 2015, my family and I were invited to V-Rock in Westminster Lunar New Year, and we represented our Asian community, and all the LGBTQ community were so excited and so happy that they could see themselves in the future having family, happy just like our family, your family. So it was really exciting and made me proud that I was able to represent for the kids who cannot see that they could have a future. Thank you for listening.
Alan K. Chan.
Hi, council members. My name is Alan K. Chan. I identify as a gay Chinese man. I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley, and I'm here to support the HERE Commission as well as, kind of encourage the welcoming for all program. I see, like I said, I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley, and I see, cities like Pasadena where they've already implemented the program, and it hasn't been a big deal. And the people who appreciate it, and the people who don't, they don't participate, right? So it hasn't hurt Pasadena, and in fact, it's actually run by their tourism board, right? So I think for the city of San Gabriel, if you want to become a world-class city and invite people to your city, being a diverse and welcoming city is part of that. And so I think encouraging the HERE Commission to continue to do their work and creating safe space is important. One of the other things that's happening in the San Gabriel Valley is that there are what's called prides that are happening in the San Gabriel Valley. Some of the local electeds have gotten together and created what's called a San Gabriel Valley Roundtable, and different prides within different cities have happened in the month of June. So this June coming up, a lot of the cities will participate. So Altadena, Pasadena, Baldwin Park, Monterey Park, Alhambra, right, Hacienda Heights. So all these cities in the San Gabriel Valley are coming out and supporting the LGBT community. And I feel like it's kind of taking the city backwards to not continue to invite other people into the city. When you think about organizations or even countries that have kind of closed themselves off from communities, right? Or like the UK leaving the European Union, that has hurt them economically, right? And so I'm not saying that's going to hurt San Gabriel by not inviting LGBT people into your city, but it does kind of put a stain on it, right? But as I said, I do support the HERE Commission. I do support the sticker program, but I also encourage the city of San Gabriel to kind of think about other ways that they can have a relationship with the LGBT community and participate in this roundtable. Like I said, it's an opportunity to support and show love. Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards. Would you like to proceed to submitted comments?
I signed up electronically. In fact, Adam called me this morning.
I'm sorry, what is your name, please? Did you submit a written comment?
I submitted online. He called me this morning and verified that I was going to speak to the council.
Have her come up, it's fine.
Okay, please come up at this time.
Does that mean I get to be last? Last and loud. Hello, my name is Florence Simpson. I've been a resident in San Gabriel for almost 30 years. I've supported this community for over 20 years as a past PTA president, past board chair for La Casa, the San Gabriel Community Center, and I currently serve on the San Gabriel Unified Bond Oversight Committee. I can proudly say I've raised thousands of dollars for San Gabriel Public Schools and programs. And I'm also proud to say I'm a member of the LGBTQIA+ and Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. Today, though, I come to you because I'm appalled and ashamed once again of the actions of the City Council. First, on your rejections for the HERE Commission's request for $1,500 to support an LGBTQIA+ program, and secondly, on your decision to dissolve the HERE Commission because of their continued support of the program. First, let me remind you of the purpose of the HERE Commission as sponsored by Denise and approved by the City Council. And this is from the actual city records. The purpose of the HERE Commission is to advance and advocate for equity, access, diversity, social justice, safety, mutual appreciation, increased cultural competency, positive intergroup relations, respect for all members of the San Gabriel community. The HERE Commission shall serve as an advisory board to the City Council and report directly to the City Council to assess and recommend policies, procedures, and activities in the city government to advance the Commission's purpose. The LGBT community is one of the most vulnerable populations under attack. You've read the headlines. You know the statistics. We are not just numbers, we are people. We are sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. We deserve a city that sets an example and welcomes us and can stand up for us with pride. You have spent thousands of dollars to support Stop Asian Hate campaigns, promote the Lunar New Year, celebrate Cinco de Mayo and Hispanic heritage. Very worthy programs. Yet you won't approve a program for LGBTQI+ that costs $1,500? Are we less worthy? We ask for equity, access, diversity, social justice, safety, mutual appreciation, positive intergroup relations, and most of all, respect. That is the HERE Commission's purpose. That is what you created. That is what we as a city deserve. Denise, you claim to be LGBTQ ally, but you are blind by your own implicit bias and religious and political beliefs. Your actions show that your judgment is corrupted and you are unable to act in the best interest of the city and its most vulnerable residents. How can you recommend for the HERE Commission to be dissolved when its purpose is needed just as much today as when it was created? You serve as the board chair of La Casa, a position I once held where you now represent the families of La Casa. How can you claim to represent them? Has equality achieved through the city? Has Asian hate crimes and fear been dissolved? Do all of our residents, including immigrants from all races and backgrounds, have access to services and feel safe, welcome, and respected? On the contrary, the HERE Commission has just started some of the most vital and engaging work. You mentioned in the last meeting how the City Council being bold, brave, and brilliant. I challenge this statement and say you are acting in fear, retreating, and closed-minded. I grew up in the 80s, and don't ask, don't tell. I live with the pain, the shame, the shadows. I will not go backwards and see others struggle, or yet worse, end their pain. I watched as some of you members on this very council supported Prop 8 and helped the mission spread the message that gay marriage was perverse and sinful. The questions whether the mission bell could be legally used with a rainbow flag is insulting. Maybe the city shouldn't be using the mission logo anywhere. Anyways. So for the members of the council, I have two asks. Number one, attend an implicit bias training, and then sit down with community organizations and the residents that you represent to have open discussions. Number two, act in the city's best interest, the city of San Gabriel and our community, not on your personal or political beliefs. LGBTQIA+ support and advocacy isn't the right thing to do, it's also good business. The city can ill afford to lose sponsors, donors, grants, performers, and businesses because you've dissolved the HERE Commission and its purpose of advocating equity and inclusion. For the HERE Commissioners, thank you for your unwavering support and courage. I thank you, the community thanks you, our students here thank you. You are truly the future of equity and inclusion. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, students. We will be here for you, we will show up for you, as you have for us. For the city council members, I respectfully request that not only do you continue the support for the HERE Commission and its purpose, but you also approve its recommendation for $1,500 for the LGBTQI+ program, which it comes up for vote again, just as you have supported other programs. You've squandered thousands of dollars with the Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure you can come up with $1,500. I hope you will make the right choice. I'm open to conversations on how you can truly be a LGBTQIA+ ally. We will not go backwards. We will be here. Our voices will be heard. We are preparing to bring powerful allies. We are preparing to file petitions. We will stuff the ballot box. It's simple. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Step out of your comfort zones, meet us for who we are, and create safe spaces and programs for those most in need. Thank you.
All right, so we have no more cards. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to address council at this time? Seeing none, we'll move to the online comments.
Thank you, Mayor. The first comment comes to us from Sue Fitzsimmons, resident and partners with San Gabriel Canines. It reads as follows. I am writing to bring to your attention some concerning issues that have arisen within the HERE Commission, of which I was a member for 2 years. During my tenure on the commission, I observed a significant deviation from the original purpose of which the commission was established. The primary focus on addressing racial bias and discrimination in the workplace within the city seemed to be neglected. Instead, there appeared to be a shift toward personal political agendas, particularly evident through the actions and biases of the chairperson. As an individual associated with the police department, I found it troubling that any suggestions or concerns raised in relation to law enforcement were summarily dismissed without proper consideration. This created an environment where meaningful dialogue and progress in important issues were stifled. Regrettably, I made the difficult decision to resign from the commission as I no longer aligned myself with the direction in which it was heading. Recent developments, such as the public singling out of a city council member by each member of the HERE Commission, have only served to reinforce my concerns regarding the lack of focus on addressing racial bias and discrimination. This was not only a public singling out of the city council member, but it was an attack on the other members of the city council and the city itself. I strongly urge the City Council to closely examine the current state of the HERE Commission. The current activities and decisions are not in line with the original mandate. They have moved to personal political agendas. Thank you, Sue. The next comment is from George Carney, resident. and reads as follows. As a lifelong San Gabriel resident, retired San Gabriel teacher, and civil service commissioner, this letter is to express my strong support of the proposal by Councilmember Menchaca to place the termination of the HERE Commission on a future council agenda. I believe that the shrill, almost hysterical reaction of the commissioners to the council's decision to rethink and modify their sticker plan is evidence enough that the commission has lost its way and the commissioners have been overwhelmed by a sense of their own importance. The fact that they devoted much of their February 27th meeting to a shrill and vicious personal attack on Councilmember Menchaca, including slurs of her Catholic faith, indicates an obsession with their own importance and a complete lack of understanding of the role of a city commission and the individual commissioners. The fact that the commissioners took the council's direction to rethink their sticker plan as somehow an insult to them shows the absolute unwillingness of them to admit their overreach and the utter nastiness of their attacks on the council members for daring to question them are all reasons to terminate the commission. But much worse is their blatant attempt to involve minors, students, in their ideological bullying campaign. Bad enough that they seek to bully San Gabriel businesses and organizations with their sticker campaign, but much, much worse that they seek to have San Gabriel's kids do their bullying. And notice that there was not a mention of involving parents or seeking parental consent or even involving or seeking the opinions of teachers. As a retired teacher with more than 3 decades in middle and high school classrooms, this part of their proposal was the most shocking and disturbing. To sum up, the HERE commissioners, by their exhibition of overweening arrogance, extraordinarily poor judgment, and total lack of understanding of the role of an advisory commission, have demonstrated precisely why the council should act on Councilmember Menchaca's recommendation. The next comment is from George Valdez. Greetings, council and staff. As originally proposed, the all-are-welcome proposal was deemed too narrow and perhaps inappropriate for city business by the entire city council. It was returned to the commission for refinement. Subsequently, there was a strong negative reaction from supporters who had optimistic aspirations for instigating broad societal change through our city government. While I understand and share empathy for my LGBTQ+ brethren, addressing the harmful behavior toward their lifestyle requires more than just a sticker enlightenment program. As a 40-year San Gabriel resident, I was bothered by an article in the March 16th edition of Colorado Boulevard magazine that headlined in part, LGBTQ+ discrimination in San Gabriel. Another editorial letter accused the council of erasure and silencing of this community by rejecting this plan. However, such accusations seem to stretch the reality and amount to harmful rhetoric. Despite its intended purpose, I believe this entire situation is detrimental to the spirit of our city. The San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ+ Center, a nonprofit who I believe is involved in this initiative, should spearhead this project in collaboration with city staff and elected officials. Their mission statement emphasizes fostering advocacy, education, and respect for individuals. I urge those behind this plan to respect the elected council members who already have significant responsibilities and to allow them to determine which proposals are beneficial. The next comment is from Q. Sanchez, resident, and reads as follows. Although I do not participate in religious activities, I am a supporter of free expression and one's ability to practice their religious beliefs. I understand the councilwoman's motivation and respect her ability to be a practicing Catholic. However, I cannot support the encroachment of religious beliefs into public matters. To dismantle the HERE Commission on the grounds of religious morality would set a dangerous precedent for the residents of San Gabriel. Doing so will only embolden others to put their personally held beliefs over the interests of the public. If the City Council has enough faith in residents to vote for them come election time, then perhaps they should allow the same residents to have a say in what happens with the HERE Commission. The next comment is anonymous and reads as follows. The HERE Commission's efforts to establish safe zones and spaces are essential in combating discrimination and promoting acceptance. It is disheartening to witness any attempt to undermine these efforts, such as the recent call for the termination of the HERE Commission by Denise Menchaca. Denying the existence of safety concerns for LGBTQIA+ individuals is not only ignorant but also harmful. We need safe spaces, especially in a world where discrimination and prejudice continue to persist, perpetuated by individuals like Denise Menchaca. It is precisely because of individuals harboring such narrow-minded views that LGBTQ+ students and marginalized communities require protection from the very intolerance they show. The All Are Welcome program serves as a beacon of hope for those who have faced marginalization based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. I urge the City Council to reject any attempts to dismantle the HERE Commission and instead reaffirm its commitment to promoting equity and access in our community. The next comment is from Kathy Fang, resident, and reads as follows. As a parent of a high school student who attends Gabrielino, I have learned that this amazingly mature and thoughtful group of students have created a supportive community that pushes back on bullying, harassment, and discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender, and yes, sexual orientation. It's not because of prompting by parents or grooming by adults. It is because they have grown up as a generation building a kind of respect for each other that surpasses previous generations. We adults could all stand to learn something from our young Gabrielinos. When they have conflicts, they talk it out. They listen to each other's point of views. They try to find productive compromise. The vital work that the HERE Commission is doing is exactly what we need to support if we want future generations to thrive in our great city of San Gabriel. The next comment is from Violet Rose Wang. I'm Violet Rose Wang, Gabrielino High School alumna and current USC student. It's deeply disappointing to hear that members of the San Gabriel City Council, including a fellow Trojan, Mrs. Menchaca, would attempt to dismantle a commission dedicated to the protection and safety of some of our most vulnerable citizens, especially during one of the most hateful years against LGBTQ+ people America has experienced. As the former 2-year president of the Gabrielino Gender Sexuality Alliance, I am acutely aware of the support that San Gabriel provides LGBTQ+ folk, as well as just how far we still have to go. Although I am lucky to have found support in San Gabriel, I have also been the victim of much hate for being transgender and bisexual. I've overheard classmates make fun of LGBTQ+ people. I've been made fun of for being transgender in front of my face. I've even been directly threatened anonymously on social media because of my identity. It's not just me, though. Not only have all of my LGBTQ+ friends experienced some form of hate in San Gabriel, but just last year, Gabrielino was broken into overnight, and over 100 of the Gender Sexuality Alliance's pride flags were stolen off of campus. It is undeniable that LGBTQ+ safety is a real issue in San Gabriel. I can only imagine the hate that older citizens in San Gabriel experience for their identity when I think of the hate I experienced growing up in San Gabriel. I know there is some LGBTQ+ support in San Gabriel already, but that does not mean there is no more work to be done and no more safety that can be afforded. The HERE Commission is a strictly positive and keenly necessary commission, one that ensures the protection and comfort of all San Gabriel citizens. The next comment is also anonymous and reads as follows. The HERE Commission is an essential part of creating spaces and conversation that are safe, inclusive, and productive for everyone in San Gabriel. Our diversity is a great strength of our community. It is the job of our government to make sure that strength is reinforced. The Commission, comprised of people who care enough about our diversity to volunteer their time to our city, is a key part of the city fulfilling their job. Disagreement is not a reason of abolition. Instead, it's an opportunity to hear from the people that make this city and allow the public to dictate their priorities. The next comment is anonymous from a resident and reads as follows. I live in San Gabriel. I am 17 years old and I am a part of the LGBTQ plus community. I am fortunate enough to be a part of a friend group and community at my high school in which I feel safe, loved, and accepted. But I also know that there are many LGBT kids who don't have that same luxury. To say that protecting LGBT and young people of color is not needed or not important is an incredibly ignorant and privileged position to take. HERE's All Are Welcome program is an incredible way to ensure that people of color and LGBT kids feel safe and, of course, welcome. I am lucky enough to have a friend group consisting mostly of people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community, but my safety and their safety are never guaranteed. I have friends who can't come out to their parents because they don't know if they will be safe or even have a home after they do. I have friends who have been harassed because of the color of their skin. With my girlfriend, I have been harassed just for holding her hand while we walk down the street. If we don't address this issue of safety now, when will we? Marginalized groups don't have the privilege to not have to look over their shoulder every time they are in a public place. We don't have the privilege to walk into any restaurant or public space without constantly being aware of the harm that may come to us. Our safety is an issue. We need support. So I ask you, stand on the side of both the LGBTQ plus population and every person in San Gabriel who is a person of color. That is all I ask. Protect the people. The next comment is anonymous and reads as follows. As a student part of the San Gabriel School District, I feel the recent opposition to actions that support the LGBTQ plus community of our city have gone too far. Support for our community should, and always has been, in support of all. No matter race or identity, we all deserve a place to feel safe. If that means adding colors on a logo or creating a safe space, then there should be full support and power. If actions do not hurt or even affect others, there is no problem. I am Hispanic and Asian, as well as part of the LGBTQ plus community, and an active member of the Catholic Church. A big principle of my life is to love all, but that principle has not been carried out for a majority. At school, I have been called slurs and made fun of for my race. I have had to hide and see the effects of hiding on my family. As much as both my religion and identity are part of my life, it has been nearly impossible to feel safe in either aspect. I am not trying to change what you believe, but to have you understand that in no aspect of who I am have I ever felt I have been able to be open about it. A space that would allow me to be me in all aspects would benefit the overall outlook on the city of San Gabriel. A space where the principle of love all can truly be accomplished. The next is from an anonymous resident. I am a senior at Gabrielino High School. As someone who has lived in San Gabriel nearly my whole life, I love this city because of its diversity and inclusivity. When those values are under attack, I have seen how our community stands up. I saw it when George Floyd was murdered, when Asian American hate crimes spiked by over 100%, when abortion rights were revoked across the country, and when a mass shooter slaughtered 11 of our neighbors in Monterey Park. Through all those tests of our community's integrity, it was the members of the HERE Commission that led us to be more equitable and just. Since its founding, the HERE Commission has been proof that San Gabriel is committed to listening to its citizens and being at the forefront of change. Other cities are inspired by the work the HERE Commission has done and what it stands for. It deeply upsets me to see that beacon of light at risk of being put out. As a bisexual woman of color and a student at Gabrielino, it is extremely disturbing to hear the blatant denial of the threats to the LGBTQ plus youth's safety, the baseless accusations that the Commission is exploiting my friends, and the use of other minority groups' struggles to diminish those of the LGBTQ plus community. 1 in 4 teens identify as LGBTQ. Yet in 2023, hate crimes against LGBTQ plus people rose by 70%. If you think this is not a threat that your constituents face, you are wrong. Every day I see how my friends are free to be themselves around me, yet must hide everything that I love about them when they go home. When your own family can hate you for who you truly are, every safe space you can find is valuable. That is why the All Are Welcome program is important, and that is why the HERE Commission must continue with its work. The next comment is from Gabriel Frank McFeeder, resident. As a dedicated student of Stanford University and a proud resident of San Gabriel, my roots run deep in this vibrant community. Having been educated in San Gabriel schools throughout my life and remaining actively involved in coaching Gabrielino High School's speech team, I've witnessed firsthand the richness of our community's diversity and its unwavering commitment to celebrate it. San Gabriel's diversity is truly its most prized asset, stemming from its Spanish and Latin heritage to the mosaic of Asian American communities and the inclusive embrace of LGBTQ+, disabled, and other marginalized individuals. However, ensuring equity for these diverse groups has been an ongoing struggle. Just a decade ago, our City Council lacked Asian American representation despite their majority presence in the community. Historical disparities between affluent, predominantly white, northern San Gabriel and migrant communities in the South have left lasting imbalances in infrastructure and policy priorities. While progress has been made, these challenges persist, manifesting in educational disparities along racial and socioeconomic lines and the lingering effect of historical redlining in our city's infrastructure and housing. This underscores the vital importance of the HERE Commission, established to advance equity and safeguard against regression. While acknowledging that the Commission may have imperfections, its elimination would be a step backward. My former speech and debate coach is one of its commissioners, and one of my high school speech students, its student ambassador. They are doing important work. It is incumbent upon the City Council to refine and enhance the HERE Commission's effectiveness in promoting equity. I co-organized the Black Lives Matter protest in San Gabriel in 2020 that in part contributed to the establishment of the HERE Commission. And Councilwoman Menchaca, I remember you supported equity and HERE then. Please continue to support it now. Do not eliminate the HERE Commission. The next comment is from Dr. Felix L. Nunez, resident, and reads as follows. I write in opposition to the motion by Councilmember Menchaca calling for the dissolution of the HERE Commission. 3 years ago, the HERE Commission was established in San Gabriel to promote and strengthen our shared community values of tolerance, diversity, and inclusion. The members of the Commission, volunteer citizens, have devoted their energies to fighting bigotry, racism, and xenophobia through the development and execution of council-approved work plans designed for the benefit of all community residents. These activities have included the Youth Ambassador Program as a first-ever civic internship for high school students to pass along our shared values, partnering with Stop the Hate to support our Asian friends and family, and bringing awareness of mental health through the development of the annual Mental Health Expo. On February 20th, our City Council was presented with the Commission's program proposal to address the unacceptable scourge of anti-LGBTQ hate. The All Are Welcome program was presented as a comprehensive initiative to give our city government and local business an opportunity to learn about the issues faced by our LGBTQ+ community and display a visible sign on businesses welcoming community members. The optional program was in accordance with the HERE Commission work plan and was developed through many hours of research and community collaboration. The Council's rejection of the program as proposed understandably caught the HERE Commissioners off guard and resulted a respectful and candid discussion at the following HERE Commission meeting. Much of this discussion was directed at the perceived mischaracterization of the program as a mandated program, one that violates religious sensitivities or indoctrinates youth. In moving to dissolve the HERE Commission, Councilmember Menchaca has taken an unnecessarily harsh and retaliatory course of action in response to a perceived personal slight stemming from this commission feedback. This action represents not only betrayal of trust, but also signals to other citizens that their participation in city commissions is premised on their silent submission to our elected officials. The next comment is from D. Gutierrez, resident. Dear council members, I am writing to bring to your attention a matter of concern regarding the HERE Commission use of minors in discussions on sensitive subjects. As a member of the community and a concerned citizen, I strongly believe that the involvement of minors in such discussions could potentially have negative impacts on their well-being, mental health, and emotional development. In 2020, I attended a local public school. Sometime mid-year in one of my PE classes, a student made fun of my weight. Standing next to me at the time was my PE teacher. Rather than her be the professional adult she was supposed to be, she instead laughed at the comment this kid made about my weight and proceeded to say maybe a few laps around the field will help solve that problem. This was supposed to be an adult that I trusted, an adult that was supposed to protect my well-being. Her words and laughter sent me down a spiral of mental illness that not only caused my family a lot of pain, but at one point had me thinking that I would never be good enough and my life was not worth living. Now that I am older, more mature, and have overcome my battle with mental illness thanks to help of professionals and my family, I wonder if these adults know the lasting impact their actions and words can have on a minor's life. It is crucial to recognize that minors are vulnerable individuals who may not have the capacity or maturity to fully comprehend the complexities and implications of sensitive subjects. By involving them in these discussions, we risk exposing them to trauma, inappropriate content, or emotional distress that could have lasting effects on their overall well-being. I respectfully urge the City Council to intervene and implement measures to prevent the HERE Commission from involving minors in sensitive subjects. This could include setting guidelines, policies, and safeguards to ensure that minors are not put in potential harm or distressing situations during discussions or activities organized by the HERE Commission. The commissioners are not professionals in mental health. They are not experts in mental trauma, and some of them are not even parents. If they are parents, would they want their own child exposed the way they expose someone else's child? Please, council members, take proactive steps to protect minors from exposure to sensitive subjects and ensuring their well-being is prioritized. We can create a safer, more supportive environment for our youth to grow, learn, and thrive. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please know this request is coming from a heartfelt place. I trust that you will consider this request seriously and take appropriate action to safeguard the well-being of minors in our community. It is your duty as elected officials to do so. The next comment is from Doug Richter, resident. Good evening, Mayor Harrington and City Council members. I wish to discuss the proposed termination of the HERE Commission. I am in support of terminating this commission. When this commission was first started, it was set up to make recommendations to the City Council so that they could approve or disapprove of any recommendations the commission made. For the first few years, the commission did just that, and it worked out well. In the last year or so, the commission has started making recommendations that sounded more like demands that should be approved by the council. It's sounding more like the commission is making decisions for the city and not the city council. Therefore, I believe this commission should be terminated for the good of the city. Thank you. The next comment is from Isaac Chan, resident. I do not support the council's remarks that the HERE Commission may be decommissioned at a later date. As much as Councilwoman Menchaca may assert she is the commission's founder, that does not give her the right to destroy it when she sees fit. I see this matter rather simply. Even if the council has found the commission has done something wrong, like a star baseball player, that is merely the first strike. Why fire a player with a history of home runs for one strike? I see the commission has done excellent work with the Mental Health Expo, and as a student of Gabriel High School, I recognize the excellence of its student liaisons, which seem to have been unfairly represented as of late. I strongly oppose the council's recent remarks on the HERE Commission. The next comment is from Hilda Solis, Supervisor, 1st District. Dear members of the San Gabriel City Council, the San Gabriel Human Equity Access and Relations Commission was created at a time of reckoning for social justice and equity across the country in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. The commission was one of the first of its kind in the San Gabriel Valley and has served as a model for surrounding cities seeking to make their local governments more accessible and equitable for all residents. My office has supported the work of the HERE Commission and was thrilled to recognize them in May 2023 for their partnership with the Asian Youth Center in combating anti-AAPI hate. To this end, I strongly urge the city to decide against the dissolution of the HERE Commission. The Commission provides a necessary perspective that helps ensure that marginalized voices are heard in local government. Their work creates safe spaces for the discussion of issues impacting residents and visitors. These issues include race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, age, religion, and other diverse identities. The HERE Commission makes San Gabriel a more engaging and welcoming community and advances many of the values my office and I fight for across the 1st District of the County of Los Angeles. Maintaining and strengthening the Commission, instead of seeking to dissolve it, is an opportunity for the City of San Gabriel to continue to be leaders in the San Gabriel Valley on civic engagement, inclusion, and mutual respect. I stand in solidarity with community leaders and support the communities that are working to foster the inclusivity that the Commission advocates for in the City of San Gabriel and firmly oppose its dissolution. The next comment is from Jorge Herrera Avila, resident. First and foremost, I want to express my utmost appreciation for all the commissioners serving in various capacities here in the City of San Gabriel. It's important to recognize that these individuals are volunteering their time and efforts without any monetary compensation. Contrary to what was stated by the Community Service Commissioner at the 3-5 meeting, I strongly disagree with her notion that commissioners are dispensable. We should uphold our commissioners in the highest regard and refrain from speaking about them in a dismissive manner. Additionally, as a former HERE commissioner myself, I focused on initiatives aimed at improving our community, such as implementing proper training for city staff, advocating for walkable sidewalks, organizing a job fair for youth, and introducing the idea of monthly speakers to educate us on various topics. These initiatives were aimed at addressing the needs of our community and promoting inclusivity and accessibility as the Commission was established for. I am deeply disappointed with the direction that Councilmember Menchaca has taken. As someone who played a role in establishing this Commission, I expected more. Councilmember Menchaca, this is your opportunity to realign with the values of service and community. I understand your concerns, but dismantling the Commission simply because of a disagreement on a particular topic is unjustifiable. The role of the Council is to provide guidance and support to the Commissions, not to shut them down at the first sign of disagreement. The Commission has dedicated over a year to the initiative, which has been included in the work plan approved by the City Council a year ago and publicized extensively. It is neither efficient nor effective to wait until significant efforts have been putting into before rejecting an idea. We should be creating more opportunities for community members to get involved, not eliminating them. We are in desperate need of more community involvement, and shutting down commissions should never be the action that we take. I strongly oppose the gradual dismantling of something simply because it is not fully understood or agreed upon. I believe in open conversation and debate where all voices are respected and valued. No one person is greater than another, and titles do not define our worth. We are elected or appointed to serve the people, not ourselves. Thank you. The next comment is from Teresa Metcalf, Izagari, resident. Regarding motion in favor of keeping the City of San Gabriel's HERE Committee active. Justification. The City of San Gabriel's HERE Committee has a large network of hardworking homeowners, renters, volunteers, and self-employed residents who are guests, business owners, and students from a diverse ethnicity in our city who promote through inclusion for various HERE Committee activities that give our city recognition through many events. Thus, the program enhances the diversity of families and local businesses. Our last comment on this matter is from Karina Rivera, resident, and reads as follows. Dear Mayor and council members, I am writing to express my concern regarding the recent change in narrative by the HERE Commission. Some of the commissioners have altered the facts and selectively presented information to suit their own personal agenda. As a member of the community, I believe it is important for the HERE commissioners to act with transparency and integrity in all matters. By changing the narrative to fit their own motives, the Commission is not only misleading the public, but also betraying the trust that has been placed in them. From what I understand, the vote by the Council to discuss the dissolution of the HERE Commission had absolutely nothing to do with any of the council members not supporting the LGBTQ+ community or religion. They gave the HERE Commission direction to make some changes in the proposed program to include all communities, but instead they went on Event Fest, and proudly too, I might add, and they verbally demeaned Councilwoman Menchaca, and one commissioner in particular went on to also verbally demean two other council members for the choice of political party they choose to support. Where is the humanity, equity, and respect in that? They sat up there on the dais and displayed such gross behavior, totally contradicting to what they were chosen to represent as commissioners of the HERE Commission. It did not stop there. They used a minor to try to recruit more minors to speak to the council regarding the LGBTQ+ program the commission is trying to get the city to implement. They did not care to expose them. This goes against the premise of creating a safe and supportive environment for all students. The commissioners showed no regard for the school guidelines or parental consent. Using minors in this way is unethical and exploitative as it regards the best interests and autonomy of the child in favor of advancing a personal agenda. The HERE Commission is falsely attributing conflicts or disagreements to religious beliefs and the LGBTQ+ community. These individuals are attempting to divert attention or manipulate the narrative to serve their own agenda. It is essential to critically assess the motives behind such claims and to challenge any attempts to misrepresent or misinterpret the situation. As a concerned citizen, I believe it is important for the Council to be aware of these actions and to ensure that the Commission is held accountable for their deceptive behavior. The Commission's decision to alter the facts and selectively present information is a disservice to the community and undermines trust in the system. This Commission has proven they no longer serve a purpose to bring our community the safety, mutual appreciation, and diversity it was intended to bring. They will continue to be divisive and promote hate. I urge the Council to take appropriate action to address the Commission's unethical behavior. It is crucial that the Council upholds transparency and integrity in all matters and does not tolerate manipulative actions that serve a personal agenda rather than the interests of the public. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public besides Andrew that would like to address the council? I saw you coming, Andrew.
Good evening. So for the 5 city council members, I just want to remind you, when you look at the org chart, there's that little brown box up in the top. This is the little brown box up in the top, okay? We're the top of the org chart, right? So, you know, and with, you know, because we live in a constitutional republic, you know, with much power comes much respect, right? And also responsibility, right? So the community has spoken, right? I think this all kind of boiled out of the all are welcome. I don't know if the members of the council got to see the last HERE commission. They're gonna change it, right? It's gonna be the safe zone, looking at changing it, right? And there's a lot of criticism going back and forth. That's probably a good thing, right? Because, you know, that's what the HERE commission's about, right? Everybody being included in part of the change that we're trying to have in this community, right? The HERE commission, you know, as Denise Menchaca mentioned, she, as the founder, this was born out of the George Floyd incident. And to this day, cities across this country are still paying, municipalities are still paying for what they did during the protests and the riots during the George Floyd protests. So this HERE commission can't go away. We still need to address all those issues. If you have criticisms, you do it, criticize. I wish these people would come to the HERE commission meetings. I try to go as much as I can. I wish they would come. I wish there would be this many people at the HERE commission meeting giving their input, whether it be one side or the other. But the issue of the all are welcome, you know, I'm a straight male, and I could say that years ago, decades ago, I was one of these guys that would go around calling people gay and all kinds of stupid stuff besides just, you know, that community. My nephew at the time was at UCLA. He pulled me aside and he set me straight. And I feel different now. And because of things like the HERE commission, the public needs to know about people like me, you know, that at one point, you know, were very mean and had derogatory statements to say, all the jokes and everything. But because people would criticize me, and my nephew being the one, I've changed. And I think that's what the HERE commission, we can't dissolve the HERE commission. Don't let some simple comments that come to any of you make a quick decision to just get rid of something. We did that with the MOU we had with the Homeland Security. That was something that we had here to fight crime. In the few short months they were here, we identified a lot of criminals, major criminals. We're not talking about some little, you know, minor misdemeanor criminals. They were some major crime organizations that we found during that. And that was hastily rejected to get the Homeland Security out of here. So our community has paid for that in those years that we did that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the audience that'd like to address council? I see one here. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jeff Cahan. I am not a resident. I'm an outsider, and I thought maybe an outsider's opinion might be worth a little bit. I sit on 2 commissions in my town, and I fully understand that as a commissioner, I serve at the whim of the city council. And I also understand that our mission on the commissions that I sit on are directed by the city council, and they ask us for our advice. As an outsider, I really don't have a side. I'm just suggesting from what I've heard this evening, if you don't like what the commission's doing, rather than abolish it, maybe you reappoint and get them back on track if that's what seems to be a potential issue. But what I really hear, it doesn't sound like there's a problem with the city council. It sounds like everybody here tonight needs to go to the school board. 90% of the comments I heard from everybody in the audience was about problems at the schools. I think that's where the residents would be best served rather than having you guys do something about your commission. I think the school board needs to have this whole room full of people, let them know the problems seem to be starting and stemming from the school system. If you guys can nip that in the bud, that should make your job a lot easier. So I would recommend the residents that you bring that up to your school board, and what you guys do with the commission that decide to do, that's up to you. But the commissions serve at the whim of the council, and if they're not following your direction, you have every right to make changes. So that's just an outsider's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council or public requests separate discussion. We have not received a request from the public to pull any items.
Thank you. Are there any members of council like to pull any items?
All right, I'll move to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chen.
Sorry, not really pulling, just a quick minor correction and a technical question, possibly.
Okay.
That'd be okay? That'd be okay?
So it's separate discussion on that item only?
Well, just quick questions. I mean, do we need to pull?
Okay, we can have it before you second the motion, have a question. How's that? Parliamentary procedure.
Sounds great. Okay, so I moved, and Councilmember Chan is going to second.
That's my...
Yeah, is that the proper? Yes,
That'd be
I
the
guess
proper-
I'll
you
second.
can discuss
and we'll
parliamentary
discuss.
procedure. You can discuss a question regarding the motion, which would include a question about one of the items.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that then. I will second. And then so now I can ask my question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just first thing is a minor thing.
Which item number?
4C.
C.
4C, staff report, page 2. Just the second paragraph down. I think there's a minor correction in the paragraph that starts for February, the invested portion of the portfolio, and second to the last line in that paragraph, in parentheses, February, well, same period as 1 year ago. Should be February 2023? Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just that minor thing. And then on item G, the issue of the fire apparatus.
G is in...
G, yes. And just kind of understand, quick question of understanding. In the staff report, page 2, the last two lines of the analysis paragraph, and it says our current reserve apparatus will be removed from the fleet inventory with disposition in line with the applicable purchase policy. I'm just curious, how much do we anticipate to get from that? How does that work when you sell it? And then is there an approximation of how much we can get for those, the used trucks?
Unless our Captain Milligan has a guess on that, we can get back to council on what that amount would be. But in layman's terms, what that means is we would send it to auction.
Oh, okay, I see.
Get the highest price that we can for that. But I have no idea what a 13-year-old fire engine, or actually at that point, I'm sorry, to be 23-year-old fire engine, because it will be our reserve engine.
Right. Oh, just curious as to how that looks. Anyway, thank you. That's all I had in terms of explanation questions. So I yield.
Second?
Oh, yes. I said. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant I already second, and then we ask questions.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Menchaca and a second by Councilor Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
We have no public hearing this evening. The next item is continued business item A, business license tax modernization. Finance Director Kaholahula will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. On February 6th, staff presented findings of the business license tax study, coupled with recommendations aimed at modernizing the code, generating additional revenue while improving fairness within the tax code, Tonight's staff is bringing back the item to the City Council to continue to assess and deliberate how best proceed regarding potential changes to our business license tax code. Tonight's presentation, we'll take a look at the business license background. We'll look at some background of our business license. We'll look at the areas for improvement to our business license tax code, and then we'll present some recommendations from staff. So regarding some background of our licensed businesses in the city, at the time of the study, the city had 3,726 businesses. The majority of city businesses fell under classification A, which includes retail, restaurants, non-professional services, manufacturing, processing, and wholesale. Total number of businesses in that category was almost 1,600 of the 3,700 businesses, making up 42% of the licensed city's business. The tax structure for that classification is based on the number of employees, and the tax rate is $75 for the first employee and then $9 for each employee thereafter. The second largest category is building trades or out-of-town contractors, such as general contractors, plumbers, electricians, and the like. There are 1,300 licensed out-of-town contractors, making up 35% of the businesses licensed in the city. The tax structure is a flat rate that can range from $135 to $300 depending on the trade annually. So just the one thing I wanted to point out within the tax structure is that the majority of our taxes are fixed rates. For example, the $9 per employee or $60 per professional, and the flat rates for out-of-town contractors. The consultant we hired to conduct the business license study calculated the amount of tax generated per business and compared San Gabriel's rate to similar and surrounding cities. San Gabriel generates about $191 per business license, which ranks 5th lowest among the 12 cities compared. So we're somewhere near the middle of the pack. And then here's a historical look at our business license tax revenue from 2020 through the budgeted amount through 2024. On average, we collect about between $500,000 to $600,000. You can see in 2021 the impacts of COVID-19, where we reached our low in 2021, and you can see that the city has steadily recovered from that point. So some of the areas for improvement. So as mentioned earlier, the majority of the city's business license taxes are fixed or flat rates. This flat rate structure limits the amount of growth that the business license tax can incur. The last increase to our flat rate taxes was in 1991. Currently, to increase a tax under Prop 218, which was passed in 1996, you need you need to take the measure, you need approval from the voters. And then had the flat tax rate been increased by CPI since 1991, the rate would be over 200% higher. Additionally, if we added a mechanism to increase the fixed rate, rates would be able to keep up with the current day cost. Next, there is no category to tax commercial rentals who are currently not paying a business license tax. And then additionally, the tax code has a cap of $1,050 for all businesses and $450 for residential rentals and hotels, which impacts about 18 businesses in the city. And then finally, our business license tax code lacks a catch-all or miscellaneous category for businesses not explicitly covered in the tax code. So those are the areas for improvement. So staff has presented some recommendations to the City Council that we feel would improve and modernize the business license tax code, as well as generate additional local revenue to enhance city services. The first recommendation would be to remove the 1,050 cap on the amount of business license tax that can be assessed annually to businesses. This would allow larger business to pay more of their fair share. Secondly, add a commercial rental category assessed at 75 cents per $1,000 in gross receipts. This would enable commercial rentals to be taxed. And then number 3, add a catch-all miscellaneous category assessed at 50 cents per 1,000 in gross receipts to ensure all businesses will pay business license tax. And then number 4, add a provision to the code to annually adjust flat taxes by the October Consumer Price Index. This will ensure flat taxes keep up with rising cost. And then number 5, modify vending/coin operated classification to just vending machines and change the tax from 6% of gross receipts to $1.50 per 1,000 in gross receipts. This would simplify the code and ensure this category is taxed at a fair amount. The amount of revenue that is estimated it would generate for the 15 businesses affected by the cap removal would be about $31,000, and adding the commercial rental category would impact about 243 businesses and generate about $36,000. As an alternative recommendation or additional recommendations, since the flat taxes haven't been increased since 1991, one recommendation is to do a 20% increase to all flat tax rates, which would generate an additional revenue of $135,000. And number 2, remove the $450 annual tax cap for residential rentals. This would affect 3 properties, and the additional revenue would be $2,500. So with those recommendations, here are some cost impacts to the various business classifications if all the recommendations were implemented. So our largest category, classification A, are manufacturing, retail services, restaurants, a small business with 5 employees. Making the changes, including the 20%, would have an impact of additional $22. Restaurant with 20 employees, the tax impact would be $49, and then a large hospital, 812 employees, would go from the cap of $1,050 to $8,850, an increase of $7,800. On the building and trades, out-of-town contractors, for a general contractor, 20% increase, $60. Plumber and electrician, $36. Moving on down to commercial rental, assuming $200,000 in gross receipts. Currently, we're not collecting any tax on commercial rentals. At 0.75 per 1,000, the tax would be $150. And then our professions, for a dentist office with 1 dentist and 3 employees, the increase would be $30. Medical office with a doctor, a nurse, and 2 employees, the impact would be $39. And then finally, under the residential rental classification for a hotel with 250 units, currently paying the cap at $450, the new rate would be increased by nearly $1,400. So just a couple other notes. As mentioned, under per Prop 218 passed in 1996, would require a measure to be taken to the voters that would change the tax code that imposes or extends or increases the tax. These proposed recommendations would require voter approval. The estimated cost to place the measure on the November ballot would be about $5,400. And the last regular city council meeting to pass a resolution to approve a measure to place on the November ballot is June 4, 2024. And then recently completed polling showed that 26% would definitely vote yes on a measure to modernize and generate additional local revenue. 26% would probably vote yes, with total 52% voting yes. So that concludes the recommendation. We can take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Will. Do we have any clarifying questions for Will? All right.
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, Vice Mayor, sorry. I looked over and you didn't move.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Will. So if we succeed in passing the resolution to include a measure on November election ballots and it gets approved by our voters, will the new business license tax rates take effect on January 2025?
My understanding of after a tax is approved, it goes into effect, I think it's 3 months or so before the tax. So that would be after the renewals of the 2025. So it wouldn't go into effect until the renewals that would occur in 2026. So
2026.
Yeah, January 1st, 2026 would be for the current businesses, and then any new businesses would pay the new rates beginning probably sometime in March or April.
I see. So how would you, if we are having that approved, and how will you confirm that our current business owner knows the new business license requirements is already take effect? You're sending the notice to them and tell them by the time of renewal the license, they will need to follow the new amount of tax or the license fee. Is that how that works?
Yeah, Bill, you want to talk about the communication we do for businesses for renewals?
So we coordinate with the PIO. We are really good about advertising, even just promoting business license renewals through our social media, our city website, partnering with economic development. We can do mailers. So we have everybody in a database. So I'm able to email directly through our business license software and communicate with everybody who has a email in our system directly through our software, created an email. So we have several different mechanisms, and we will do a campaign to ensure that not only do they know it's renewal time, but what changes, how to renew, and inform them of anything that we want to propose, any changes we want to propose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Do you have any public comment cards?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a comment submitted through the web portal. Comes to us from Jorge Montez, resident. He states, "Do not support raising taxes, already pay the highest taxes, and transparency." That concludes the comment. I have no speaker cards.
All right, short and sweet. Next, we will have council discussion. I'll close public comment. Anyone like to start?
Mr. Mayor, before we continue, may I please request a health break?
I was going to do that after, but if it's an emergency, let's do it. So we will.
Thank you.
We will give staff some time to prepare and take a health break. All right, I'm calling the session back to order at 8:43 PM. So we ended up with, is there any council discussion? And if so, who would like to start?
I'll start.
Councilmember Chaka.
Thank you. So I'm going to kind of work backwards a little bit here. So the recommendation, are we voting or is it strictly direction? Because we need to put this on the ballot. So can you explain?
I'd be happy to, Councilwoman Menchaca. You're exactly right. We're looking for direction from council. We will take whatever that direction is and work with the city attorney's office to draft what would essentially be language for a ballot measure. And that will come back to the council sometime before our first meeting in June or at our first meeting in June, because that's the last date that we can vote to put something on the next election, which is November. So whatever direction you give us tonight, even if it's not what's in the recommendations, we will bring back with a fully thought out ordinance.
Okay, so when you say direction, we just, so there is still a motion to vote. Okay, so we make a motion to vote, and then we take the vote. So it's not really direction, it is a vote.
I think the city attorney's right. A vote is going to be the cleanest way. If we had 5 heads that said, bring us back the staff recommendation, since we're not actually taking action tonight, we would move
Okay.
with that. But the
So
clearest
we're not
way,
taking action.
it's direction. But
Direction.
But a vote is still going to be the cleanest way so that we can
Okay.
see what we have.
Okay, so you need, someone's got to move to approve and then second.
That's right. And the vote tonight doesn't lock that council person or the whole council into voting differently in June when it's before you in your consideration.
The vote would be simply to direct staff to bring it back, and in whatever format the council wishes to see it.
Okay. Clear as mud. Okay. So, yeah, I just want to just reread some of these parts of the agenda, because I think it's so important for the public to know specifically that this has not been done since 1991. It's been 30 years. And you look at the chart, we're way down below. We're 5th to the bottom on similar cities in the San Gabriel Valley. So I just wanted to first applaud the staff for finally bringing this forward after 32 years. It's a long time. And we have had these discussions in a previous meeting in February. So I am comfortable with it, the way it's presented. And I just wanted to just clarify how this is a procedure, because this is something we're talking about to put on the ballot. So that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion items from staff? From council?
Not question, but discussion items.
Discussion, all right.
Not for staff. Right? But thank you, Will, for putting it together. It was very well done, and went through it pretty thoroughly. Just came out with a couple observations I have. First thing is that it seems like a lot of reshuffling for not a lot of additional revenue benefit. You know, I mean, we're going to, again, the modernization, and we're going to adjust certain rates, and but I think at the bottom line it said it's only a moderate amount of revenue benefit. And the thing is, all that time and work and trouble to rejigger all the formulas and the categories and the calculations and the forms, and then, of course, then after we get the system the way we think it should be, then we have to educate the public and explain it to all the businesses, our business taxpayers, about why all the calculations and procedures are different from they're used to. And so it kind of reminds me of there's a Cantonese phrase that's it's called mafan, and it loosely translates to more trouble than it's worth, but that's my opinion. That's my first observation. Second observation is kind of, I was thinking of it more in kind of in a broad broad scope, long-term perspective. As was already mentioned, that a little bit of discussion that Vice Mayor Wu had, that this is going to have to go, because of the format of the way these kind of tax systems work, it would have to go to a voter, go to all the voters. And one thing I noticed is that because every time we go to the voters with a tax ask, to increase taxes or rejigger tax rates, and usually it's upward, I find, of course, human nature, residents never feel good, being asked for more of their money. So, if we're gonna go to the voters with this, they're already gonna, even if they say yes, they're we lose a little bit of, or we use up a little bit of our quote-unquote political capital in, in the public's opinion of us as leaders. And then, so where it comes in, where I'm thinking of the long term, what I'm talking about is, I think if we do this, then it in the longer term, it'll hurt our chances for the public safety building bond that's upcoming, that we're eventually going to ask for. Because, like I said, the voters feel that if we do this one, then a little bit later, we come up with the request for another tax increase for the public safety building bond. Then the voters, I don't blame them. They're going to feel like we're asking for, wait, why is the city council asking for more money again? They just asked me for more money. So I think for those reasons, I think the timing's not good, and that's my opinion. I yield.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wu.
Mayor, I just have one more question for Will. If we adopt the Model 3, because according to the recommendation here, that you have you list like five recommendations that like add a commercial rental category, remove the 1,050 non-to-exceed provisions in the tax code. So can I say this is a Model 3 because it's established 5 business classification. So is it the one that you recommend?
So Model 3 was originally presented by HDL as part of our tax study. It had 5 classifications, and it was a purely gross receipts, and it would generate revenue up to 1.6 million.
Yes.
So this is not Model 3. This is this is Model 1.
This is still Model 1.
This is Model 1 with just some incremental changes to our current business license tax code.
So for your staff report on page 2, number 3, the proposed business license tax models, that says increased revenue range from 1.1 million to 1.6 million. And that is, that includes the 0.1% to 0.35% in gross receipt over 25,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we will adopt the recommendations that you put here, that means you will be doing all 5 of them.
Correct. As as included in the staff report, the 5 recommendations. Yes.
Yes. I have no more question. I feel comfortable with this. So I will approve. I will be forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor Ding, do you have any questions, comments, deliberation?
I still have several questions. So it looks like we increase a 2-way. It's one. It's based on the receipt, right? Before we don't base on the receipt, and plus we have to every year have the CPI, right?
Correct, yeah. So the recommendation is to add an increase based on the consumer price index that would increase our flat taxes every year by that amount. And then it still would be a flat tax fixed rate. It wouldn't be based on a gross receipt, so it would start at $60 for a restaurant plus, and $9 per employee, and then those amounts would slowly go up by CPI as we increase those on an annual basis.
Okay. So CPI is just on the base rate. I mean that. Like you have the chart here. For example, dentist office, the current base rate, it's $150, right? So CPI will be increased there for the $150, the rate?
Exactly, council member.
Okay. Because another point, like if you base on receive usually every year increase. So it looks like we increase tax rate. It's two things, two category to let a business license. I feel maybe probably it's a bigger impact for them, you know. So the receive usually every year increase already. But you plus the CPI, I don't know, it's good for the tax, if we do the explanation, let the voter to know that if they're asking this kind of question.
Councilmember Ding, our recommendation does not have a gross receipts factor in the tax. It's that's one of the reasons why our taxes have not kept up, because we do not use gross receipts. The only rate we use is just a fixed rate and not gross receipts.
Yeah, that's current, but you propose it's with the gross receipt and plus the CPI.
The recommendations does not include a gross receipt factor.
Okay.
Except for commercial rentals and the miscellaneous category.
Okay.
Which, Will, can you put that slide up that shows?
Yeah, because okay. One thing is, I read it like a commercial rental category. Only this category based on the receipt. So for the rest of it, not based on receipt. Okay. All right. Thank you for.
So if you look on the slide, Councilman Ding and council, you'll see how many businesses. There aren't very many that are going to fall into those gross receipts categories.
Okay.
The vast majority of our businesses will still be in that flat tax.
Okay. Okay. Not based on the gross receipt. But laundering coin also based on gross receipt too, right?
That's right. So only two, we would add a miscellaneous category for those that don't fall under any of the other categories. We would add a commercial rental. That would be gross receipts. And then, as you said, coin operated would be gross receipts. But there are very few of those businesses.
Okay. Okay.
So all of the restaurants, all of the residential rentals, all of the trade categories, those would all remain flat.
Okay. But they also still have like a basic charge. The basic charge still have the CPI add on that too? For these two categories, I mean, right. Okay. So otherwise, the feel like we give it to, and also another question from the coin operated. So what's the difference? It's 6% growth. It's already the structure. The current it's a 6% gross receipt already. But you change it to the 1.5 per thousand receipt. How do you compare?
Yes, council member. So the 3 or 4 vending related companies currently pay 6% of their gross receipts, and there's a cap of 1,050.
Oh, they have a cap on it.
It's currently a cap.
Okay.
So if they have $1 million in revenue, 6% of that is like 60,000. So, but since there's the cap, they only pay 1,050. So to keep the tax fair, we rolled back the gross receipt rate from 6% per dollar to $1.50 per thousand.
But you remove the cap. So, okay.
If we remove the cap.
Otherwise, they reduce their tax revenue.
If
Otherwise, they reduce it, right?
If we didn't remove the cap, they would pay like an exorbitant amount of tax.
Right. So, miscellaneous, okay. And it's a last question. It's regarding your result for the research, right? So, for this tax, if we pass this ballot, so we need like just simple majority, or it's neither like 12 or 50%, not like our the safety. Yeah, okay, that's the difference. Okay, but the survey looks like only 52. But when you do the survey, I think they have the plus and the minus. I don't know. It's maybe less than 50%. Even we take the risk if we do it right now.
$5,000 risk.
$5,000 risk.
Cost to put it on the ballot.
Okay. I mean, you mean put it on the ballot? The cost that was
If we
5,000.
fail, it's 5,400-ish.
Okay.
If we fail.
All right.
Well, yeah, if I may, I think what Councilman Ding is saying is that we're taking a gamble on it possibly not passing because the margin's already about 50% right now. And
Yeah, it's within the margin of error.
Right, and he was asking like, what the margin of error is in that. But yeah, to me, it seems a little too close. But that's
Yeah. So
why we have these discussions.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will just say, in general, I think people know my position on taxes. I'm not a fan of them. I know they're necessary. In this instance, I don't think it's necessary. The fact that we're towards the lower end out of 12, I think, is a bragging point, not a problem. Rosemead, Monrovia, all the other cities that are below us have talking points over us saying we charge you less to come do business in our city. I think that's a good thing. I'd like to be able to say we're the lowest taxing city in the San Gabriel Valley, come do business with us. I think that's a great talking point for not a whole lot of revenue that we're going to get out of this. One or two business differences could make up what we're expecting to gain from this. That being said, I know that it hasn't changed in a long time. And this is an incremental change, I believe. It's not a earth-shattering change, but it still has to go to the voters, even incremental changes. But to me, I agree that it's not, I agree with Councilor Chan, and I'm not sure where Councilor Ding stood on this, but I don't think it's worth going to the voters for this. If we're going to do it, it needs to be a big ask, not a little ask, which I wouldn't want to make the big ask either, all transparency. But
We're about to make that $50 million other big ask.
We've done that. Since I've been here, we've done the sewer user tax. We've done the transport TOT tax. We've done Measure SG. The revenue we're getting now relative to the amount we were spending is so much higher than when I first started. That's why we're in this good fiscal position we're in right now, because our revenues have kept up in different ways. It's nice to have a couple $100,000 extra dollars. That would be great. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm not sure, like Councilmember Chan said, spending the political capital on it. People don't understand if this was raising $5 million or $50,000, the voter just checks the box whether they agree with taxes in general or not. That's my opinion. I don't believe there's going to be a whole bunch of scrutiny to this. But at the same time, they remember in the last 3 elections, we've raised taxes on them. So they're going, what's wrong with these people? Why do they need more money every single time we go to the polls? Let's stop having elections, man. Then they can't keep taxing us. And I hear a lot of that, because when you're the one that speaks out about that, often you get those emails, and I do get them. So I have some particular questions about just, if we can go back up on the slide you have right there. Removing the cap, can you give me an example of what businesses hit the cap every year? Like what types, or, I don't want names of businesses, but the types of businesses that are.
Yeah, it's the businesses with a high number of employees. So this would be a lot of your health facilities that have a large number of employees there. That's the majority that are hitting the cap.
Are they deficient in taxes in other ways? Like, are they not paying sales tax? Are they not paying some other type of use tax, some other type of tax?
Yeah, it's service-based, and don't think they're not registering, at least on our sales tax.
Property tax, probably really big. It's a gigantic facility, and that's our single largest revenue source, so.
Yeah.
This is kind of my point. If you're in business in the state of California, you're paying taxes somewhere, somehow. You're not escaping it by having this cap. That's my point. So, yeah, we can gain a few $1,000s. I think it was, what is it? $31,000. I think 8,000 of it comes from one business, and it's basically a few businesses that are getting, I'll call it a tax hit. That seems very targeted to me. I don't like targeted taxes. I like taxes that apply to everybody, and a cap kind of does that. If we just, instead of removing the cap, if we put a higher cap, that might make more sense. That's just a comment. I'm not saying I'm voting for that. Total removal of it, maybe a little harsh, because it is only, because out of that 31,000, I think 3 or 4 of the businesses are paying 70 or 80% of it in my estimation. I don't know the exact because there's no details. That's that first box, my first comment. I don't agree with a cap, or if there is, rather than removing a cap, have a higher cap. The next one is, I agree with this next box down on gross receipts. To me, you're opening a quagmire of having to go in and audit people. Because what if you don't agree with what they're saying their gross receipts are? Because I'm imagining it's self-reported. I don't believe we're going to be getting tax returns or financial statements. And if we do, how do we rely on a financial statement? If someone just hands us a piece of paper, it's still self-reporting. So do you envision getting into the audit game, or?
Don't envision getting to the audit game. Definitely not within the department, within the staff we have. But there is, the professionals out there like HDL who does our sales tax auditing and making sure that we're getting the tax that we're supposed to get in, and same as with our TOT revenue that they're available to audit to ensure we're getting the amount of tax. So that's an option.
Yeah, and to me, a side comment, that's just a cottage industry of a lot of these consultants. They tell you, hey, go raise taxes so we can audit them and make more money in the future. I'm not a big fan of gross receipts. The city of LA does it, and it's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare when you go to try and do work in the city of LA, because they have the same thing. They have the gross receipts model, and it's no fun, because you can go and do $10,000 worth of work in the city of Los Angeles, and the balance of your sheet is millions and millions of dollars outside the city of Los Angeles, and they want your gross receipts money, not just what was made in the city of LA, and you have to sit there in front of their board and argue it. And they're done that. So, I know we're not going that route. I don't think we are, but it's, to me, I'd rather just, if you're going to have that, have a flat fee once again. Say it's X dollars per unit, or whatever the city thinks is a fair number to the staff. Not saying I agree that we should do it at all, but if so, I think it should be easy to count units. You can do that without auditing somebody. You don't have to open somebody's books. I'm not a big fan of taxes. I'm definitely not a big fan of the government looking at a private agreement between two private people. But we're not really looking at that agreement or what's going on if we're just having a flat fee. So I think that's once again, just like number one, I don't agree with it, but there's a better alternative in my opinion, my estimation. Same thing I think applies to the catch-all. This whole gross receipts thing I think is opening a quagmire. We can have a catch-all and just add the same schedule, a flat fee per employee. I think that makes more sense than trying to create a whole new category that, once again, opens staff time, opens, I won't call it fraud, but people don't always report their entire income to the city. It's a lot harder to, if we walk into a place and they say we have 2 employees and you see 7 in front of you, that's much easier to audit, and they can give us a real estimation. And at that point, I don't think they're going to be lying to the city. Oh, we have 9 employees, not 23. Because there's a cap. So I'm okay if we have a tax. I think it does make sense to have some sort of automatic CPI adjustment. That, to me, is keeps us out of the business of having to do this over and over and over, and I think that was a mistake from the beginning, like the original sin or whatever you want to call it. It's something that should have been built into the code, and I do see that. If I supported anything here, that would be the one thing. It's, yeah, let's add a CPI and let's have that going forward, and where we're at now goes forward in a CPI because, you know, people love inflation, so they're going to love that. And then the next thing is, I don't even get how many, do the vending machines, is that what would it be like laundromats, arcades? What are we talking about? Because I know the.
This is a charging station. So they fell under this category. So they were taxed based on their gross receipts that they're earning at that charging station times 6%.
Oh, so not coin operated then? It's just vending, because I'm reading coin operated.
There is also coin operated that get taxed, and that's a per unit tax, but we're not proposing to change that tax. But this is kind of a subcategory.
So right now we're charging 6% to these charging companies?
With the cap of 1,050. So
they basically have an operating cost to be in the city. It's not even I'm sure they'd get that in a day or so.
Exactly.
Because I know it's not a cheap proposition to get your car charged right now. So once again, I'm not a big fan of that, but I do believe whatever we do should have caps. And then I just have a couple other just general questions from the other slide. The next slide, it says we have 3 properties that are impacted for $2,500. Am I reading that correctly? We only have 3 residential rentals in the city? What is that?
3 properties that would be impacted by the removal of the cap. So I think it's it'd be, you know, the hotels, but I think the number of units is, once you hit a certain number, I think it's over 100 units.
When you do the math, it's 60 units or more.
So once you hit 60 units or more, you're at the cap. And then so there are 3 properties at least that showed up that would exceed the cap.
So right now we have 3 properties that hit that $450 cap?
Yes.
Is that my understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Out of all the rentals in the whole city? So we have very low rental tax. I like that. Because that means the renters aren't paying the brunt of that. Because you go to the cities, even with rent control, the one thing you can add to your rent above and beyond your CPI is taxes. It's been held in Supreme Court. The city can't have rent control and keep you from passing taxes and other fees through. So something like that would protect the actual renters, not the landlords. The landlord's just going to pass every single dollar through to the renter. That's why I found it strange. I thought this was on. So we have a lot more rentals that are just not hitting the cap. Now I get that. Okay. And my other general comment is on the next slide. And it's a lot of these bigger ones where we're hitting more money, like, say, rental accommodations. It seems to me we're increasing $1,300 on our single largest revenue source already. Granted, I don't believe that's getting us tax fairness, equity, or whatever you want to call it. We're already charging the 18% TOT. They already have it. They're already a huge sales tax generator. They're already a huge employer. So we get many, many taxes in many different ways. I don't even know how much their employees generate to us in taxes and just stuff they do on site every day in our city. So it just seems to me, like I said in the very beginning, we're going to the voters for this, and we're squeezing $1,300 out of our very largest tax revenue source. It's above and beyond the other things that we already get. So I have a few more comments, but I'll just hold them. I think just in general, I'm not at a 52% proposition on the high side, unless you want to count the margin of error, it could be 55. I'm just not in support of going through all this to change what we have. If we do, I'd like to see something come back with some caps and some things that we can discuss. So if the council does say we want to go forward with this, I'd like to have us each have an opportunity to provide some input to staff offline as to what we'd like to see, and that way the whole council can see it ahead of time, and then it's not just discussed at the dais. Everyone can dissect here's 5 different versions, because there's 5 different of you of different ideas, and let's hash that out if it goes forward. Thank you. So with that, are there any other discussions, deliberations?
So we have time until June 4th this year.
Has to go, yeah, if we want to get it on the next election, it has to be June, we have to get it to the county before June 4th, or on June 4th or earlier.
I see.
We would probably be doing it the last meeting in May, would be the safety net I think we would have to provide as the council. I wouldn't want to push it. Yeah.
see.
We have like 3 meetings to decide, which staff would be coming back with whatever direction we would give.
So maybe we should really have maybe have Wells, you can just give us more ideas about, I think that just more options that we are able to just choose from. So we don't really want to just go with at once. We can just take and give and.
Well, we can always à la carte anything as the council. The staff's going to come back with a whole bunch of different ideas based on our discussion tonight. It could be exactly as presented if that's what the consensus is, and that's what the motion is. I'm suggesting we give staff some leeway to have alternative ideas based on the discussions tonight if someone's has a proclivity to make a motion in that favor.
Well, I'll make a motion because I do want to move forward in improving it or modernizing it because it's been 30 years. So I'm okay having the staff bring in ideas, you know, with the flat fee versus gross receipts. I could probably, I'd like to see a little bit more about that. But I do want us to move with something. You know, 52%, at 5,400, we haven't done anything for 30 years. I think it's reasonable. It's just, we just need to fix it, to modernize it. And I do like the CPI index. We should have done that from the beginning. I don't know if it's an original sin, but you know, I do agree with it. So I guess my motion is to move forward, but bringing back ideas. Is that a motion?
So
Or
basically,
direction?
a modified staff recommendation with all the recommendations plus more ideas based
Yeah,
on our
plus
discussion.
more ideas, so it's direction or, it's more direction than a motion.
Is that enough?
More question?
It's a motion? Okay,
Staff to
so it's a motion.
It really has to be enough for the staff to understand it, so if Mark says they got it.
Okay, Mark,
Mayor,
Is that- is that-
more question?
Yeah, you can, so 1 second, we're going to get a clarification from the city
Yeah.
manager,
See
and then if you want a point of parliamentary
Okay.
inquiry, we'll do that before the second.
That's enough for us to bring something back. I would ask the council if maybe we could do a straw poll after Councilman Ding gives his input or his second. Can we just do a straw poll to see if, even if there were nothing else but a CPI, would we have, 3 of you to vote yes on that? Or if not, if we brought it back with just that at some point? Or are we all, do we not have 3 that would vote for anything to be put on the ballot, and therefore why spend more time on it, if that makes sense?
As long as you're running that poll, I'm fine, because I don't even know what you're asking.
Simply put, if we brought something back that had just a CPI and no other changes, would that be something that 3 of you could support to put on a ballot measure? And then if we were to add to that later on.
Keep doing polls until we get to where you want to be.
Right, but are there at least 3 people that would say, let's put it on if it were just a CPI increase?
Okay, so let's table that and get Councilmember Ding's input.
Thank you. So for the question is, if we have the new category, so we still need to go to the ballot? Still need to go to ballot, okay. Plus, we discussed before, but not at this agenda, it's for our Airbnb. If we have the Airbnb things, we still need to go for the ballot too?
Yeah, that's a tax, right?
Yeah,
Well, it'd be a
yeah.
tax, but it's a new category.
It's similar new category. If Airbnb,
Yeah, it would be a ballot measure.
still on a ballot.
Yeah, that's why our discussion last time was to separate these, have that as a focused discussion in and of itself.
Okay, no matter it's we always need to go to the ballot.
Yes, that would be a ballot proposition.
Okay, all right. Okay, understand. Thank you.
Commence with the polling.
I would just ask, and thank you for humoring me, but are there 3 council members that would vote to put it on the ballot with just a CPI increase, and then we would go from there? I'm not going to do the polling now, but we'll bring back those options for you to discuss at a future meeting. But is a CPI increase at a minimum something that council would support, or not?
Not me. I wouldn't support for the reasons I've already mentioned, I wouldn't support putting it on the ballot at all. So, I mean, I don't see any reason to continue, but that's my opinion. I yield.
I'm same. I mean, I don't see a need for this, but.
Still no second.
Yeah, we're doing a parliamentary procedure here with informal poll before we second. So Tony, would you like to see that?
Yeah, I feel it's not the right time to do that. You know, yeah, we need an increase, we need a change, but you know, we mentioned that we already have a couple times our voter, it's increased our city the tax on it. Personally, I don't like increase the tax too. If we can use the existing the resident or business, they can the revenue to help our city to have the even for our public safety building. Yeah, we should be reasonable to increase our city tax. You know, if not, so I personally just tell, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So do we have a second on the motion? And so I'll call for a parliamentary procedure and now close discussion. Do we have a second on the original motion? Second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, a second by Vice Mayor Wu to adopt staff recommendation plus some of the discussion here tonight, and staff has agreed that that's enough direction to come forward with an item. So please vote on that. We're all over the board. So basically the motion does not carry. We have two, I'm not sure whether it's an abstention or a no or a yes. So let's lock your vote in. So is that your final vote? So motion fails for lack of 3 votes. Are there any alternative motions? Nope, seeing none, let's move to the next item, please.
Agreement with Chinatown Service Center for case management services in the amount of $53,328.08 annually, and approval of resolution number 2410, amending fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget to increase appropriations in the amount of $18,750. Community Services Manager Matthew Morales-Stevens will make the presentation.
Oh.
I'm sorry. On the wrong one? Let's back up. Item A. Fiscal year 2023
Put him on the
to
spot.
2024 mid-year budget update, resolution number 20.
I want Matthew to do this.
Assistant Finance Director Linda Tang will make the presentation.
Probably just went, whoa.
He'll just ask for 100% of the budget to the Community Services Department.
Exactly.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I am Linda Tang, Assistant Finance Director for the City of San Gabriel. Tonight's presentation will be on our mid-year budget update for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. The presentation will focus on the city's general fund and will take considerations actual revenue trends, employee vacancy, additional appropriation approved by the City Council, and mid-year budget requests from city departments. On June 6th of 2023, the City Council adopted the general fund budget with revenue and transfers in of $51.6 million and expenditure and transfer out of $50.9 million for a net increase in fund balance of $643,000. Based on our mid-year budget review, general fund revenue projections have been increased by $1.25 million based on actual receipt received through January 31st, 2024. Additionally, general fund expenditure projections have also been increased by $866,000. Changes to the projected general fund expenditure includes additional council-approved appropriation, with the most significant being the labor agreement with miscellaneous group, as well as actual and projected full-time vacancy and mid-year budget requests by departments. The net result of the mid-year adjustment is a net change in fund balance from an increase of $643,000 to $1.02 million. On the upcoming slides, we will take a closer look at general fund revenues, expenditures, ending fund balances, and projections over the next 5 years. This slide presents the general fund revenue by major category. And as mentioned, the general fund revenue projections are 1.25 million greater than the adopted amount, or about 2.4%. Taxes, which makes up 66% of general fund, has increased of 279,000. Licenses and permit had a mid-year decrease of 33,000, as building permits are projected lower than the adopted budget by nearly 200,000. In the category of fines and forfeitures is higher by 115,000, as parking fines are projected higher than the adopted budget by 100,000. Then the category of fees and charges of service are up by 195,000, as planning fees are projected higher than the adopted budget. In the category of other revenues, it is up by 690,000, and that includes workers' compensation reimbursements that are projected to be higher than budgeted by nearly 200,000. One-time sales of surplus trailers by close to 90,000, and a one-time recognition of police evidence / safekeeping / found money of close to 400,000 from cases that have long exhausted the statute of limitation and are no longer restricted. Therefore, we have made the decision to have it recognized to the general fund. As of January 31st, the city has received over 26.52 million, that's to the chart to your right, or 50.2% of general fund revenue. This slide is a more detailed look at the general fund taxes. As mentioned, the taxes are projected to exceed the adopted budget by about 279,000. The city's largest tax generator is from property tax, which is a good thing, as the city property tax are very stable. It's a stable revenue source. Property tax is projected higher by 38,000 from the adopted budget. Utility users tax is projected to exceed the adopted budget by 175,000 as users' utilities rates and utilization increase. Other categories of taxes have small changes, like sales tax increased by 22,000, property tax in lieu of 32,000. Measure SG has an estimated reduce in 13,000, while other tax categories have a small increase of 25,000. And this slide just highlights some of the revenues line items that contributed to the differences from the adopted budget. So as mentioned earlier, the building permits are trending lower than the adopted budget by close to 200,000. Ambulance fees are trending slightly higher, so that we have a 50,000 increase. Planning fees are trending a little higher, so there's 155,000 there. Sales of property, as I mentioned earlier, we have a one-time sales of surplus trailers. Therefore, we have increased the revenue projection there of 85,000. Workers' compensation reimbursements are trending higher than the adopted budget by 200,000. That's based on actual experiences. And the parking fines, as mentioned, is higher than the adopted budget. And once again, the miscellaneous, we have recognized a one-time item, a large receipt from our police department. Moving on to the general fund expenditures. This slide displays general fund expenditures by department. The overall expenditures are projected higher by 866,000. And the driving themes here is the changes in the adopted general fund expenditure includes our $509,000 in council-approved appropriations increases, mostly for a labor agreement with our miscellaneous group earlier on in the fiscal year. We have a $944,000 of mid-year departmental budget adjustment increase or request due to a large amount due to overtime as the result of vacancies and other mid-year adjustment. We also, with this projection, included $941,000 savings from full-time vacancies, with more than half of those savings coming from our police department. Then lastly, we have budget carryovers from the prior year of $315,000, or that are mainly for special projects and CIP that are not completed. With this mid-year budget update, we got requests to create 2 new classifications. That is, these positions to provide a mid-step between the lead maintenance worker positions and a manager position to provide opportunities for public works staff to develop and to transition into a management level position. Therefore, the 2 new classifications are for public works wastewater operations supervisor, and the second is public works field operations supervisors. This does not add to the total authorized positions that the city has already adopted. So I just want to make sure that is clear. This is just to add the classifications and to put it on a salary schedule so that the city can make use of the position if we feel the need, we can fill the positions. This slide is a 5-year historical analysis of the fund balance for the general fund with fiscal year ending in 2020 through our projected fiscal year 2023 to 2024. In the table at the top of the slide there, you can see that the fund balance of the general funds have constantly improved over the last 5 years, going from a negative $1.75 million in fiscal year ending June 30, 2020, to a projected positive fund balance of $16.8 million for the current fiscal year. The bar graph at the bottom illustrate the increase in fund balance of the general fund. Now that we have looked back 5 years, for this slide, we'll look for a 5-year projection of the general funds going forward, beginning with the current fiscal year and forecasting through June 30th, 2029. There are some assumptions built into this projection, and they include future revenues and expenditures that have, we have included some steady average revenue increases over the period, along with like a 2.5 salary increases and $500,000 for one-time projects that are built into this projection. The table at the top, Table A, presents a consolidated income statement for each of the forecasted years. The row I'd like to point out is the blue row, titled Net Change in Fund Balance or Net Income in a For-Profit Setting. You can see that the fund balance of the general fund is projected to increase each year with an upward fluctuation in the even number of years due to the exchange of Prop A fund. In the Table B, it analyzes the general fund reserves. With the projected increases in fund balance, committed and fund balance assigned to contingency are projected to nearly 40%. This bar graph displays the 5-year forecast of the net change in fund balance for the general fund. And as mentioned, you can see some upward fluctuation in the even number of years due to the Prop A exchange from our Metro Fund. This bar graph displays the 5-year forecast of the general fund committed and assigned fund balance in both dollars and reserve percentage. So as I mentioned, going through the 5th year, we're looking at close to 40% for those combined balances. Therefore, what's next? The staff will continue to monitor and report on the city finances as we close out the fiscal year. Soon, the city manager will be meeting with all city departments to review or slash the budget request for fiscal year 2024 to 25. On April 24th, we will conduct a public budget study sessions where the fiscal year 24-2025 draft budget will be presented. And after that public study session, it will be followed by individual budget meeting with each council members before it will be brought back in June, where a public hearing and presentation will be conducted on the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 operating and CIP budget. For this item, staff recommends that the council receive and file our mid-year budget updates. Second, is to approve resolution number 24-13 for mid-year adjustments to the 2023-2024 budget. And third, is to approve the resolution number 24-12 for mid-year departmental staff adjustment for the 2 classifications that I have mentioned in our Public Works Department. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any comments or questions you may have.
Oops, thank you, Linda. Do we have any factual questions or clarifications?
Real quick, yeah.
Chan.
Yes, Linda, thank you. You always do a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just a real quick question I had, let's see, it's the 5-year general fund projection. In layman's terms, do you have a, just kind of give us an idea of how your methodology or how you kind of, how you kind of measure out 5 years?
Right, so certainly as we're starting out with the current fiscal year projection first. And as I mentioned, we have average little increases in revenue expenditures that you would normally experience each year, a little bit of inflation, a little bit of increase in revenue. And on top of that, because we can't just say revenue expenditures and not think about personnel costs, which will likely happen with our negotiations or in the next few years. So we do a moderate increase, which is plug in the numbers of a 2.5% assumption. So they're not hard number, they're just across the board for the audit groups, so 2.5%. And we'll, of course, certainly will think about one-time projects
Special
that we certainly want to start working on rather than keep on deferring. So with this projection, we have 500,000 one-time projects in the projection of those years to come up with these numbers.
I guess you have historical experience too in terms of cycles and what times of which years and so.
Oh, I mean, we apply those percentage to the 5 years. I mean, the increases we have seen differently. So, I mean, we experienced a 2.4% increase in the current year that we're projecting. So we're thinking that's about average.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Great job again. I yield.
Yeah, we've been doing this 111 years, so.
It's true.
Vice Mayor Wu?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Linda. Thank you for the presentation. Really quick, it's can you explain what capital lease refers to in your general funds revenue chart on the report, page 2? That shows the total operating revenues, then it shows the capital lease. Is that something that the revenue generated from our city's property?
Just one moment. Okay, the capital lease.
Yeah, the total operating revenues, the first one, capital lease, is a 1.217 million.
Okay, this one actually has to do with our new gas fee that we have to implement, and not so much on the actual operation. So these are gas fee entries that we make on our book. You probably won't see it, hear it about it too much. That has to do with our subscription-based technology that we have to recognize.
And for those non-accountants out there, GASB refers to Governmental Accounting Standards Board regulations.
Thank you.
Just FYI. Thanks. I do it too.
Yes.
I'm enlightened.
And why have you projected a decrease in the revenue from license and permit? Does it imply that there's reductions in numbers of business owners will renew their business license?
Which one is that? This one right here, right? I'm sorry, let's see, I just want to make sure. Are we looking at business license
Yes,
fee?
business, yeah, yes. Revenue
Fee-
from the license and permit.
License and permit, oh, okay. So there, I mean, license and permit certainly entails a number of different line item and not just on business license per se. So from your report in attachment B, there's a little of $10,000 increase in business license fee because we actually had an increase in our fee schedule for business fees, not the tax. The fees is one-time fees, for example, as first-time applicants or record change fee. Those fees were increased with our last budget adoption, which also increased the fee schedule there. Other areas of increase in permits, there are plumbing permits, electrical permits, sign permits, and overnight parking permit. So again, those are, they were impacted by our fee adjustment. So there is a little bit of an increase in there.
I see. And according to the chart on page 14, in the transfer in amount from the general funds to Mission Playhouse appears to be quite steady at like a 350,000. Does this fund aim to offset some, like any negative balances? Like, were there anything remaining balance to be returned to our general fund account?
No, we did not. So the 350,000 is budgeted in the general fund for an operating transfer to the Mission Playhouse. We do not pull them back.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions or comments? All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no submitted items or speaker cards.
Looks like we have one in the audience.
What I didn't see here was, you know, we have a large obligation to the OPEB and the PERS, the CalPERS. And I know we're behind on that as far as the last report that I've seen. So I was just wondering if we're going to do anything to get caught up there, to get to that 70% mark. And then the other thing is the $85,000 that we got from the sale of those FEMA trailers. Are we gonna commit that to maybe helping with the homeless issue in our community? You know, I know we talked about maybe getting some like hotel vouchers or just some kind of help for people that are maybe in need of a place to stay. Because I know we don't have any kind of facilities here in the city. And then also, is the city gonna, have they approved the other, another $225,000 for the misdemeanor code violations that we were gonna use for a city attorney? Has that been approved also, or are we not gonna do that? Because I know we didn't, it's my understanding we didn't spend it from the last 6 months. That's all I have right now.
So we can discuss it a little bit, because this is an agendized item. I think I can defer to Mark on the specific questions. My understanding is that we haven't spent that money, or we haven't tapped into it. It's budgeted, but budgeted doesn't mean that we use it. And as far as what we're going to in the future, those are going to be the discussions we're having in the next months between the public and council and staff, and that's what we're going to be deciding, are those things that we should be spending our money on. But if Mark has specific plans, I'll defer to him.
Oh, you're exactly right, and you said it better than I could. We'll have that as a placeholder in the budget for next year, and if council wants to do something with that, they certainly can, and we can talk at length at another point about that program. But we have been working with our city attorney's office and our police department and looking at cases that may qualify for that. As of yet, we have not had any that have been declined by the district attorney that we have wanted to bring back. So that's why that has not been, or prosecute ourselves, excuse me, that's why that has not been used. but that doesn't mean that we won't have those in the future, so it'll be up to council to decide whether to fund that again in our coming fiscal year. I want to be clear on the question about PERS payments. We're not behind on our PERS payments. We are 100% caught up. The 70% number is always going to fluctuate depending on what PERS does with its investment returns every year. It was 80-something% the year before, and then PERS had a very poor year, and so that has gone down. We expect PERS will have a pretty good year this year if it finishes the way it is now. And we are making not extra payments in PERS, but extra payments to our OPEB. We have that into our budget, which for, following Councilman Chan's lead, OPEB stands for the Other Post-Employment Benefits, which is the retiree health. We're making extra payments to that, and that's actually in our budget as well for coming years of making extra payments. And so we continue to recommend that to council, but ultimately council can decide what to do about that. And then the $80,000 for the trailers, that just goes into the general fund, and council can program that however you wish. There were a few council members that went to a seminar on homelessness, and there were some very good ideas on case management services and homeless outreach that I will be recommending to council in the coming months. And our general fund is a big pot of money, so we don't have to earmark certain dollars for those. So long story short, it'll be a recommendation to council or a request to council, and council can decide at that time whether to approve that program.
I have another quick question too. So the money that we're taxed, the 14 cents on $100 assessed on our property tax, I believe it's like $9 million a year that we're getting. Now, how is that spent? How is that actually, does that go straight to PERS, or how is that money used?
And I would ask Andrew, do you have other questions? Because this is not supposed to be a back and forth, so if you have all your questions
that's my last
for your
question.
3 minutes, then you can have a seat, and then I'd be more than happy to answer all those questions.
Okay, so
It's 100% to the pensions.
it goes straight to PERS?
Yep. Yeah, that's the only thing we can spend it on.
Thank you.
It was a voter initiative. Right, so do we have any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. It's now time for council discussion. Do we have any comments? Oh, Councilor Menchaca.
Thank you. To start with page 3, what exactly is evidence money? Because that's a pretty substantial amount, $400,000 in just one fiscal year. What is that exactly?
Let me just clarify. It is actually not 1 year worth of money. It's actually dated all the way to late 1990s, early 2000s. Checked in as evidence. 1 is evidence money. 2, there are safekeeping money and found money. So it is a mixed group of money that the police department have kept and recorded in their department. But it has long passed the statute of limitation, therefore they have now moved and remit all of those because there's no longer restricted, so that finance can deposit it into our general fund and get it into the bank rather than saving it as in the evidence room at the police department. So it's been, it's not from 1 year, 2 year, it's been a 20 years accumulation.
But it was, just released then. 'Cause it was
Correct.
just recorded.
Correct.
For
So now,
1 year.
so previously, it did not hit our bank, it did not hit any of our fund. It was kept in the safe of evidence, in the evidence bureau. And they have now cleaned up, and I've done all the due diligence to certainly try to find the owners of all those safekeeping or found money, and no response. Therefore, they have remitted over to finance so that we will have it recognized now and deposited into the bank.
Are there any other monies that are being set aside?
I hope.
Maybe
I
$1
hope there's
million?
any. But all of those are recorded with backup. I mean, I certainly have, and they have done their jobs, and to certainly try to contact the best they can.
No, but I'm just saying, is there like another pocket out there of monies
I
that?
have no idea if it didn't
Okay.
hit finance, certainly, but.
Hopefully we'll have
it's
another
evidence
surprise
money.
next year too, because it's a nice little perk. Regarding the percentage, what's our cash reserve percentage projected? Because
I mean, together for the, our committed And
No, just as, we always have cash reserves set aside, you know, we have
Right.
a policy. I think it's gone up as high as
To
27%. So it's 25%.
25%.
Okay.
So,
that's
so as of
still very
this-
healthy.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. So certainly
Great.
with the projection, it'll get higher, and we'll continue to maintain our committed fund balance for the items that we talk about for our post-employment, post-employment, other post-employment benefit. I'm sorry, I'm thinking, and as well as capital replacements before we get into our assigned reserve contingency.
Okay. Also, on page, well, I think it's on the presentation, the hard copy that you gave us. On page 11, when you do these projections, just kind of piggyback on what Councilmember Chan said. You know, I remember the time when we were in the red, and there were some overestimations on projects that were going to be completed, and so you go from empty land to a very vibrant piece of land, and there's taxes involved. And we have so many projects in the pipeline. I don't know if we still have 19, but it's probably still in the teens somewhere. How is that projected in there? Because that's always been my concern, that I don't want to ever go back. I mean, I know it's been 7 years now, but how do we deal with those projects? Are we just not even including them, or is in our model projections, our 5-year model, are they sprinkled in different places? I'm not sure how you do it.
So certainly, I'm happy to say that we have gone very conservative, meaning we don't include them until it's come to fruition.
Okay,
So,
good. Yeah, so this is really conservative then.
Well, I think.
I'll qualify that by saying the only revenue we have from those projects, we put a small amount of TOT in those future years because we know what, or we can estimate very conservatively what that amount would be when the Curio opens. So there is a small amount of TOT growth that's higher than the other funds, but there is not any extras for the sales tax or property tax or retirement tax from those other projects. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's all correct. But, as those projects are being built, the assessed value is also going up. So our trend in our property tax is very healthy. So historically, we're 4% increasing because of those projects. And as those projects are being built, it's going to continue to maintain our assessed values at those high levels. So we're able to put like a 4% number, which is a conservative historical number of our assessed values going up. So it is included in there.
And I would add only one more thing, which is we do the TOT increase for our 5-year projection, but when you see the budget in a couple of weeks, it will not have that TOT projection in there. We're not banking on the Curio opening next year when we present a budget to you all to adopt. So it's going to be conservative, and we won't actually project spending until we have those revenues realized.
Okay, that's great. I'd rather be conservative because that's how we overestimated in the past. Okay. And then, let's see. I just wanted to get clarification on those new personnel adjustments, going from a supervisor classification and an operations supervisor. So my understanding is we have 2 managers that left, and so instead of bringing in I guess we don't have the personnel yet to fill the manager role, so we're going to fill them with the supervisor classification that doesn't exist, and then in time, I guess, mentor them so they become managers. Is that why we're establishing the supervisor classification?
From what I understand, certainly that is correct. So we do have 2 vacancies for the managers in both divisions. Therefore, there was a request to create these 2 supervisors position to certainly get a middle steps to our current lead. Probably say a potential, any potential employee staff that can actually step into the role and slowly grow into the manager level. So
Those are
there's
Classifications though, right, not positions. We gotta make sure we're
That's
clear.
right, correct. There's classification to add the
employees.
classification into our salary schedule, otherwise we can't use it. So this is just, to, again, like I mentioned, is not to add to the number of authorized position, is just to add the classification and include that title in our salary schedule.
Yeah, because at this point, we cannot add those levels. We can't hire because they don't exist. So this will allow us to hire.
Correct.
Great, okay. And then to the page 7 regarding the Mission Playhouse, I guess I would have liked to see the transfer in separated because you don't catch it right away, but if you dig a little deeper, you get the 350 as the Vice Mayor mentioned. So we are still, let's see, how do I say that? We transferred in 350, but we started with a pretty high balance of 500,000, 504, and now we're at 272. So you could net and say, well, you know, if we do give back, which we never do, but if we would give back, we're really just looking at a net $78,000. So we're almost there, break even from the 800,000 that I remember when I first started. And so, you know, great job, Mission Playhouse Group, because it's made a huge change. But it's hard to see that. It's a lot of playing with the numbers, but we also had a very large fund balance. I'm assuming there were some things that were coming down the pipeline that got a little delayed, so it might just be a timing issue too. Because that balance shouldn't be that high, 500,000.
Certainly, throughout the year, it all depends on the operations. Projects that are not completed get carried forward. But the 350,000 is a constant number, so certainly for the revenues and transfer in from those numbers, you can see for sure 350,000 is put into the Mission Playhouse funds. And operations, they have certainly improved and bring in more clients, more shows to help bring in the revenue. So I would definitely copy you to say that they have done well and have improved over the years that you could remember with that 800,000. Yes.
Maybe going forward, maybe I'm a little ambitious, but maybe we don't have to give 350,000 from the general fund. We can give less because we don't go back. We can't give back. And then, I mean, overall, it's just all really good news. So again, I applaud staff and Mark. You know, this is really good news. We're definitely, again, heading to the right direction. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Any other council comment? Discussion? Motions?
I just wanted to thank staff. It was very well done. Everything's great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I was going to make a recommendation, but did you?
Everything, Tony, or?
Just want to point out regarding the hours, you stay with the state sales tax, just a regular state tax. And major SG, it's another difference category, right? Major SG is totally sales tax we collect from our sales tax and the
That's slide 4.
our yeah.
He's looking at slide 4.
Sorry.
Help you.
Yeah, it's a slide number 4. Yeah. So it's major SG. We adopted like just a little bit difference. Why the difference? But the interesting, the state sales tax, it's increased.
This is actually based on, our projection is based on what we actually receive. So there could be some delays in timing, but just, you know, since we're basically getting from what we received to January 31st and annualized to our projection, could be off, but then this is just our projections to the end of the year.
So the county collect the money, right, the sales tax. So when they distribute it, maybe they're delayed or something like that.
It could be delayed, or it could be also the people who remit the sales tax could be delayed too. So it all depends on what they receive, and they will forward to the city. And then we're basing this on what we receive in actual.
I'm surprised when we projected the sales tax for the major SC, when we started like 2020, we project like maybe just 2 or 3 million. Right now it's 5 million. Wow, it's a lot of jump. So this is also include online sales too?
That is correct.
Also include the major SG online.
Yeah, that is
sale.
correct.
Okay.
The 10.25% of sales tax, 0.75%, all measure SG.
Wow, that's meaning in our city is allowed the people, the consumer in our city to.
Imagine if we swapped percentages with the state.
Yeah.
We got 7% instead of 0.7.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a nice budget.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good. Okay. Yeah, that's my question. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? I would just like to echo my colleagues that the presentation is well received,
Thank you.
very clear. I think our questions have nothing to do with clarity. It's just the volume of information is sometimes hard to get it all, and we really appreciate your time in putting this together. We know it's a lot of work, and I think we're at a point, like Councilor Menchaca said, that we're in a good place where we're getting not only good reports but good information, or welcomed information. So I really do appreciate everything that staff has done for this in multiple years of progression. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, do we have any motions?
Move to approve the recommendation by staff.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Menchaca, second by Councilmember Chan. Please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Agreement with Chinatown Service Center for Case Management Services and approval of resolution number 2410, amending fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget. Community Services Manager Matthew Morales-Stevens will make the presentation.
Good evening. Tonight we have the agreement for the Chinatown Service Center for the case management services, not the mid-year budget. Very grateful we're not doing that. In the amount of $53,328.08 annually, and approval of resolution number 2410, amending fiscal year 2023-24 budget to increase appropriations in the amount of $750, excuse me. So just some background as to kind of how this got here tonight. We've received several requests from City Council, HERE Commission, and members of the general public to develop a program or service that addresses the needs of residents pertaining to mental health and or general assistance and resources, as well as taking that information, we've done an audit of what the city currently offers, as well as what surrounding cities offer that are similar in size to the city of San Gabriel. And we've provided a proposal for contracted case management options to address the concerns presented so far. So the city of San Gabriel currently has the MET team, which is operated out of the San Gabriel Police Department. The program is intended to serve as a crisis intervention and mental health referral and follow-up for those not meeting statutory criteria for a hold. So essentially those are our most vulnerable cases, and those that are the most acute cases that are happening at the time of a call, as well as follow-ups beyond the call. That's been a very successful program and is operated primarily by a full-time MET officer and then a contracted social worker. Again, that follow-up happens if there's additional needs that are above and beyond that call. That's currently happening as well. Within the Community Services Department, we offer very limited referral services. It is typically based off of what the senior needs when they come in. We have general residents that will come in with concerns, but typically it's seniors. Those are the ones that typically have housing questions or food insecurity concerns that they need addressed, and it's typically on a case-by-case basis. So we do provide general referral information through our Grapevine Press, which goes out monthly, which prompts some of those questions as well back to staff. But of course, our kind of expertise in those is somewhat limited so far. Nearby cities are offering a program through Care Solace, which is a virtual program. So it's not a live person that will be ready to help you with a smiling face, right? It's a phone call in, or you're submitting a form online. And it is specific to mental health resources. So unfortunately, it is limited to that, meaning if you are experiencing housing insecurity or food insecurity, they wouldn't be able to assist you with that. That city is currently paying approximately $62,000 for that service, so that's an annual cost. Again, that's not a live person that would be able to assist that individual. The program does do follow-up calls, and the person will be able to get a doctor's appointment scheduled on their behalf, and then follow-ups, but that's where the service ends. Other surrounding cities offer mental health resources in direct response to a critical event, such as the shooting in Monterey Park. So those types of mental health resources typically come at those crucial hours, but are not always as long-lasting or as broad, right? So there might be larger mental health crises that are in need, that need to be addressed, that cannot be addressed by that particular organization at that time. What's a typical offering is going to be that last item, which are general referral services, which are typically a pamphlet that you hand over to a senior or a general resident, and then they're left to find out how to get in contact with them or navigate through what can be a very daunting process, especially if you are experiencing a mental health crisis, or if you are not familiar with technology like a lot of our seniors are. Then it will create barriers that, if you don't have a family member to help you through that, you may no longer have access to that resource. So what we've proposed tonight, after speaking with a few different organizations, is a part-time case management service that would be housed out of the Community Services Department, that would take direction directly from the Community Services Manager and Director to help facilitate that to the general public. What the public could expect once that is put in place, should council approve it, is assistance by phone, in person, excuse me, and via email should they want it that way, 5 hours a day, approximately 25 hours a week. It would, again, operate out of a city facility, so in that way it's kind of a one-stop shop is what would be created, right? You can take your recreation class, you can also receive essential resources, and then go on about your day. You would also provide direct linkage services to all persons. So what the goal of the program would be is to create a warm handoff, which goes above and beyond just the pamphlet. So, for example, if someone comes in and they're expressing that they are, the rent just went up in their house and now they need to find another place to live, so they need a list of affordable housing options. The case manager would find out, where do they want to be? Of course, San Gabriel, but what best suits their specific needs. So there could be additional barriers to their housing, such as accessibility. Maybe they utilize a wheelchair, so that might be one of the things that pamphlet wouldn't have, but that individual case manager would be able to navigate that for them. And then once they've found a proper resource for them, they would then help them fill out the application, which again, it may seem simple, but those forms can get quickly overwhelming, especially if they have an income restriction, and there's verification processes that go along with those. So it can be daunting and discouraging to some of those individuals, so this case manager would be there to help them through that entire process. The last two items are preparation of monthly health and education lectures on topics of interest to the general public. So that could range anything from Medicare to a specific mental health condition, diabetes, things like that. So it's very wide-reaching. And fortunately, should council move forward, there would be ample backup and doctors at the disposal that are providing substantial education to the public and not just a Google search that's being presented to the public as well. And then finally, assisting clients with applying for and utilizing our Right SG Plus membership. While it's just one page, the application actually isn't the hardest part of it for our seniors. Some of it is just the actual utilizing of the application. So while it may be simple to an 18-year-old, it may not be so simple to our 65-year-old resident who either maybe has a hard time seeing or they're just not comfortable using a phone. So that case manager would be there to walk them through the process. Currently, our staff are, including myself, are actually helping those individuals to navigate through the process. But the goal would be that this case manager would be 100% an expert on that. In the conversations that we've had, we've outlined the Chinatown Service Center and the YWCA of the San Gabriel Valley as two possible partners for this project. The Chinatown Service Center has been very actively involved in the San Gabriel Valley as well as the city of San Gabriel. They've attended several of our special events and our senior luncheons. They've provided free COVID tests as well as just general outreach to our seniors and general public to make them aware of the services that they're already offering. Specifically, they are a nonprofit organization and federally qualified health center, meaning that they actually provide health services. So they're not referring someone out to a third party. They can actually help them should they meet their criteria in-house. With services ranging from healthcare, behavioral health services, social services, financial planning, and care for youth. So it's a very broad spectrum that they're servicing, all within the San Gabriel Valley. Their main location is in downtown LA, but they do have a location here in San Gabriel as well. The YWCA of the San Gabriel Valley currently services our meal program and provides a congregate meal program Monday through Friday at the Adult Center. They do provide periodic health and education lectures to our seniors. They also help with our special luncheons for the seniors. A little bit more information on them. They were founded in 1935 and provides mental health case management services, domestic violence services, senior services, and advocacy for affordable housing and homelessness and racial justice. The cost estimates are as follows. The Chinatown Service Center came in with a not-to-exceed cost of $53,328.08, and the YWCA came in with an approximate not-to-exceed cost of $93,750. And so the not-to-exceed cost is really intended to ensure that that hourly cost of 25 hours a week. For example, let's say we're off on a Monday for a holiday, that person's not working, so that wouldn't be added to that monthly or quarterly bill that we would be receiving. So that's the most that the city would be paying on an annual basis. Now, should City Council approve the program, additional funds would need to be allocated to the general fund, to the Community Services Contractual Services account in the amount of $18,750 for this current fiscal year, 2023-2024. The annual cost would be $53,328, and I apologize for the random 8 cents, or a $93,750 for Chinatown Service Center or YWCA of the San Gabriel Valley, respectively. Should council decide to move forward with either vendor, staff will include the cost in the fiscal year 24-25 budget for approval. Staff recommends that the city partner with the Chinatown Service Center to provide case management services to the public, adopt Resolution 2410 authorizing budget adjustments of $18,750, and authorize the city manager to execute the professional services agreement with the selected provider. Some alternatives, should council decide not to go with the recommendation, is to send the item back to staff to research alternatives, and we will bring back some additional items for council to review, and then any other options that the city council determines after you discuss the item. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Do we have any clarifying questions?
I'll start. May I? Matthew, thank you. It was very well done, and the great research, and I'm happy with the the alternatives you found, and the recommendation looks real good. It looks like it'll be real good for our community. So, the first thing. But second thing, just clarifying, logistically, when someone, if this gets approved and someone comes in, where would they physically be, in your building or in this building?
They're tentatively set to be in the Community Services Building at, on the corner of Mission and Broadway.
Right. Okay, great. Just kind of tangentially, since you mentioned part of the service here will be to help people with the Ride SG application. I had a good experience just getting here today. I used Ride SG, and when I got on the shuttle bus, I met a resident, and she was an older lady, and we were talking about how good the service is, and she mentioned to me that she's got a few granddaughters in high school but she was under the impression that it was only for older people or disabled people. And I'm happy that I was able to help her out and explain, no, it's a service for everyone in the city. It's just that if you're elderly or disabled, you get a reduced fee and a couple other benefits. But yeah, general public, everybody is eligible. And this woman who was on the bus with me, she uses her app on her phone, so she's very comfortable with it. She says it works well, and so I just told her, yeah, go ahead and talk it over with your grandkids and see if you can get them enrolled, and she knows where your office is, so she'll come with her grandkids and get them set up.
Excellent.
So that'd be good.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions, comments? Vice Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Matthew, for the report. It sounds like it's just like a concierge that provide the personalized service to everyone that they may need they may have a different needs on like medical, traffic, accommodation. So this person must be really professional, very knowledgeable, and very resourceful. So for now, we have not signed a contract with the CSE. Do they provide the same service right now? I mean, do they have like a personal? So we are signed a contract with CSE. So now the difference is, instead of working from CSE office, now they work from CD.
Correct.
So we move them to we have a spot for this professional and provide the service and under the city's name.
Correct, with a designated time slot that residents could access their service as well.
So it shows like the case manager is available for 5 hours a day, 25 hours, or maybe 5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
How many people this case manager usually can serve that one day? Because if there's so many people needs a service and they have to wait in line, but maybe because this is so personalized that may takes a long time for the case manager to get the right resource and give it to the person who is applying for the service. So what is the number?
Sure, so unfortunately I don't have that information. It'll also be dependent on what they're looking for, right? So if it's a mental health concern, that's going to take much more time than a housing concern. It also will, of course, will be dependent on the person. So unfortunately I don't have a direct answer to that question. I will say in a year we'll come back with an update as to how well or not the program is doing and how well it's utilized. The plan would be to have intake forms at the time of assisting the customer. So the case manager would be expected to fill in some additional details as to what exactly they helped them with. We can also include how much time they're spending with that customer. That way we have some additional information when we come back to council in a year.
So in the contract, does that giving us an option that we are able to hire more case manager instead of just one, in case after we reevaluate that we may have a huge demands on this service?
Sure. So at this time, I don't believe in the contract it has the option to add additional. We could certainly amend the contract. It would come at an additional cost, though, for it.
So if the case manager is really heavy loaded that he is not able to serve another one, then he would dispatch that person to the CSE.
Correct.
see. Okay, thank you.
So,
Reading?
thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor point out, okay, they are working for the city, but they are like a contract, or we need to pay their CalPERS or pension, something like that.
Sure. So that's actually a great question. I'd be happy to answer it for you. So they are directly employed by the Chinatown Service Center or YWCA. We are only paying the contracted amount. They're responsible for paying any benefits or whatever payment directly to the employee. We're simply paying the organization for that. It's the organization's responsibility to pay any of the retirement or additional benefits that the employee is receiving. I will note that the Chinatown Service Center, their proposal is a rotating 2 full-time case managers that are already on staff. So they would redirect those resources to the city of San Gabriel for those 5 days a week, 5 hours a day. Where YWCA would provide a designated part-time case manager for the city of San Gabriel. But both would come with the kind of additional team behind them. Should there be something that particular case manager can't handle, it would fall back to the team to assist them as well.
So who will be managing to them too? That's another question too. It's so your department to management
Correct.
person?
So we would manage the day-to-day operations and make sure that it is meeting the needs of the residents. But it would be the responsibility of the management from either YWCA or Chinatown Service Center to manage their actual operations as an employee. So we would be in communication with their management as well, should there arise an issue or a concern that we don't feel comfortable directly addressing with that employee. We can bring it to their management to handle as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. I have some questions as well. I'd say related to almost everything that's been asked, but maybe a little more clarification/detail, the way I'd characterize it. Is there a reason we only went with 25 hours? I mean, you do not estimate more than that? I mean,
Sure. So we wanted to use the first year as a trial to be sure that, where is the actual need? Is it more in mental health or is it more in, senior resources? And is the 25 hours enough or is it too much? At the year mark, we may come back with actually 25 hours was not enough. We didn't want any of these agencies to be hiring a full-time staff member only for in a year from now them to have to be removed because the need isn't there. So we thought that the 25 hours a week was either enough to have a part-time employee brought on board from that YWCA agency with the caveat that it would be reevaluated in a year, or that rotating full-time existing employees that could be sourced elsewhere should the need not be there.
so would they, it sounds like they're just lending us an employee for 25 hours a week. They're not actually hiring somebody new for this created position.
Yeah, so it's different based off of the two organizations. YWCA would be hiring a part-time employee specific for San Gabriel, but Chinatown Service Center would be utilizing existing employees like you mentioned. In this case, it would be 2 full-time employees that would rotate through our facility.
So along those lines, a recommendation I would make is to actually get that into the agreement, that so that we set a fee right now. We're not going back and renegotiating fees and hours. And if we're able to put a fee schedule in there that includes escalation, so we don't have, it's literally, hey, we're gonna go with option or exhibit B and we're gonna increase it to full-time, or we want some on-call hours, or if you think about, these issues don't just happen in a 5-hour window during the day.
Right.
I'm assuming Met would take over the emergency stuff and then refer back for the non-emergency stuff back to the CSC or whomever we choose.
Right.
Right. So I would like to see some sort of acknowledgement of that in the contract, that we either have more hours available to us as needed, so we're not waiting 6 months, or it's actually in the contract, so they're aware of it, that we may have that need of an increased service. I'm hoping that we don't need it, but I would rather plan that we do. I mean, I hope we can service it in 25, but
Sure.
The state of the world, I would say it's probably going to go more than 25 hours.
Sure.
We have a lot of need out there. People are seeking help all the time. And if we have this service people are aware of it, it will get used more. And especially if we're servicing people well and people feel, that it's a valued service and the city's doing something really well, I can only see it increasing. I don't see it. It's going to start out slow because people don't know it exists. And then once word gets out that, hey, we have this service for you, it'll get utilized because it's desperately needed. The hard part's going to be getting the promotion out there that it exists.
Sure.
Once the word is out, I think that's when we're going to have a contract clause that allows us to, and a budget too. I think we, smartly, we should budget as if we're going to use it so that we don't come back for a budget amendment. I'd like to see that included in this if we can.
Okay.
I know I'm giving you questions you probably like, but but it's to me it's a much needed service that these are types of things. If we anticipate them, it saves us money and it saves us negotiating time and it saves us just going down the road. So also I understand the arrangement is to have the employee at city facility, but I know they're independent contractor. I just want to make it clear to the people that we're providing service to that I don't know if we're going to use a uniform from the vendor or just make sure they understand this is not a city employee.
Sure.
Because then we're creating some sort of liability of a perception that this is the city. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. While the city's providing the service, it's a contractor, so that this is more of a risk management type
Sure.
Area. Have it in the contract as well as very easily identified by the reasonable person that walks in the room knows this is not a city of San Gabriel employee. It's just a service we're providing. I think that's probably the city attorney likes to hear that. Yeah, so does PERS. So we're very clear that this is an independent contractor through a third party, and we don't provide direction to that employee of the other company. We only provide through management to management.
Correct.
So we wouldn't be directing their day-to-day work.
Correct.
We would just be telling them, here's the hours we need you this month or this week, or and then also, are those set hours or are they floating? Like, could we make an arrangement with the management and say, hey, we're getting the most need after 5 p.m. Can we float these hours, or is it a set time?
No, it's completely flexible.
Okay, because I'd rather have the flexibility because like I said, these things don't happen on schedules. They happen as needed. And I think the rest of my questions were pretty well defined. Oh, I didn't really see anything in the report about, like I said, about the promotion and how are we going to get the word out. What's your plan on that? What is how are we going to let the community know that the service is out there?
Sure. So we have a lot of existing marketing sources at our disposal. The new Discover San Gabriel publication will be the primary. It will likely get a full page spread in that publication. And then we will utilize our existing social media platforms as well as outreach to our community groups. That seems to have been extremely successful, is reaching out to the nonprofits, including the school district, to let them know of the information, and then they post it through their groups. Of course, Chinatown Service Center or YWCA would be providing their own promotional materials as well. But any additional flyers or anything like that would come out of the existing department budget.
Actually, I would like to see some direct contact with the schools, not just like the school board or the school faculty, but like to the level of the actual, if we're allowed to go through the principal and talk counselors and things like that, because that'd be nice to have that lowest level of contact, so that a counselor engages somebody, and rather than saying, hey, let's send it to the county, hey, no, let's send it to the city, because we'd rather have the service happening locally rather than regionally.
Right.
So I think that'd be a really great to partner with the school district. So if we could make some sort of contact with the superintendent and see what the best path is on that, I'd really like to see it, because I think there's a definite need with our youth as well. And that would be something that, once it's known, it's something that will get out, and I can foresee a nice, environment that's inviting to the youth. I mean, when they know it's someone local and it's all that good stuff, that it's, service we're providing for them. I really hope we can promote that. I think that's my last comment. So, any other comments from staff, or from council? Yeah, that's what I was going to go to that next. Okay. Next up, public comments. Do we have any members of the public that would like to address council? I have one so far.
Yeah, I didn't even plan on coming to today's city council meeting. I want to thank Matthew for the presentation. So I took some flyers from the Chinatown Service Center, and I passed them out to some friends of mine that live in LA. And I know 5 people that have used them, and they were a lifesaver for them. One of them was, rental assistance. Other one was, healthcare. So I do recommend them. I believe that they do a really great service. All 5 of the people that I talked to that use them had nothing negative to say about them. They were really happy that they were available, because living in the city of LA, they didn't seem to find those services as friendly as the Chinatown. The other thing, I've been talking about this for a while, right? This is where I'd like to see money spent instead of a city attorney, right, to prosecute misdemeanor crimes, right? This is investing in the community. I think that's very important. A lot of people have been talking about this now for years, that we need something like this. I know we have the clinician that works with our med team 2 days a week, but that's a whole different type of service, And then I do have one question. I see that it says budget adjustment of $18,000. Is there already allocated money for this, and it's just going to be adjusted to $18,000?
Yeah, Community Services already has a budget that they can use for this purpose.
Okay.
It has not been directly used for something else, so this is the difference between the contract value and the existing.
And
budget.
what we already have budgeted. Oh, okay. And then, when you look at it, we're looking at paying somebody like $40 an hour, which is not very much for this type of service, but I do recommend it. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mayor Harrington, I am very hesitant to correct my bosses, but this would be coming from fund balance. We don't have it would be increasing their fund balance.
I understand that. It's the difference, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And it was not included in the mid-year adjustment, so this will be over and above that.
Gotcha. Next up.
Hi, good evening again. I'm Dr. Chastity Jennings Nunez, a resident and member of the HERE Commission. So I just wanted to say that there were a number of negative accusations kind of made against the work of the HERE Commission and commissioners earlier tonight. But I wanted to point out that the city's prioritization of social services that is evidenced by this proposal to fund a full-time case manager is in large part, or some part at least, due to the ideals that led to the formation of the HERE Commission and the focus that the HERE Commission has kept on mental health, homelessness, senior services, and other needs in our community. The HERE Commission has worked with both the Chinatown Service Center and the YWCA as participants in the Mental Wellness Expos, and they have provided educational presentations at our meetings. So I want to thank the community services staff, and especially Matthew Morales-Stevens, for their work in this area, and urge the City Council to follow the direction of the staff and approve the expenditure for a case manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who'd like to address council at this time? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and go to council discussion. Councilmember Menchaca.
Okay, thank you. Where's Matthew? Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you. Regarding, a lot of the questions have been answered, but I'm just wondering on languages. So we have this rotation, and somebody comes up and they speak, let's say the person who's sitting there only speaks Spanish, and someone comes up and speaks Mandarin. How is that handled? Is that going to be handled with the iPad, that they'll be able to get like another resource, or how does that work?
Sure. So as of now, our primary focus for the case manager for both agencies was someone who can speak Mandarin or Cantonese, because we have a multitude of staff in our department in that same office that speak Spanish that could provide translation services.
Okay, so we are going to support each other. I mean, the city and Chinatown.
Correct.
Okay.
While they'll be their own kind of agency within our facility, we'll still create that community and continuity of service for the public.
Okay, that's wonderful. And then, I did a ride-along with the police, and it was very clear to me that, the level of homelessness that exists is very, very high, and it's a big part of the work that our police are doing now, and they shouldn't be. And so I want to make sure it's clear, because that was one of my questions to the city manager earlier today, was that when reading this is not to address homelessness. There's going to be another, I guess, agenda item to deal with that. But this is mostly for, there's a whole list of services, mental health services, questions, Right SG. Is that right?
Correct. The
okay.
primary purpose is preventative measures for these individuals so that they don't get to the point where they're experiencing homelessness or they don't get to the point where they're experiencing an acute mental health crisis. So it's preventative in that case.
So we're looking at potentially another partnership.
Correct.
For that. Yeah, because I can see this is a great model for a whole host of different partnerships. And so I'm real excited because, as I said before, we really need to focus on groups that have the expertise, that have the funding, that have the reputation to manage these type of very sensitive issues. So I'm very, very happy with this. And then, let's see. Yeah, the 18,000 is just through June.
Correct.
And then the full year is the 53,000. Okay, that was all. That's all I had.
Thank you. Any further council deliberation, discussion?
Oh, looks good to me.
Yeah, well, I'll move to approve.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Motion.
Second.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
is the motion including the amendment proposed by the mayor with regard to continue?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes,
Additional service at the same rate?
yes.
Like basically developing a fee schedule that's extended beyond time as well as dollars.
I'll amend my motion to include.
Yeah, so the question is whether the city attorney can just do that, or we want to hear it again. I think I trust our staff to do that. We don't need to re-see this. I think I'd rather have it happen sooner than later. Yeah.
I agree. Okay,
Right.
so I'll move to amend my motion as the amendments mentioned by the attorney.
I can
To
restate
include, yeah, go ahead.
So we have a motion from council, amended motion from Council Member Menchaca to go with staff recommendation as well as a discussion to increase potentially the number of hours as well as the duration or floating times of the services. Do we have a second? We still have a second?
Second.
Oh, we still have a second by Council Member Ding. Let's please go to the board for a vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to go to the much anticipated item I've been waiting for. Next item, please.
City Council reorganization. The city council will now select a new mayor and vice mayor for the coming year. Recognition of the outgoing and incoming mayors will occur at the next regular meeting. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will move to the selection of mayor. I now declare the offices of mayor and vice mayor vacant. Floor is now open for nominations for the selection of mayor. Are there any nominations for mayor?
I'll nominate Vice Mayor Wu.
I second.
Are there any other nominations for mayor? Hearing none, I close the floor to nominations and declare that John Wu is selected as mayor by acclamation. Congratulations, Mayor Wu. I will now turn the meeting over to you for the conduct of the remainder of the meeting and the selection of vice mayor. Please move to the center seat on the dais.
The city is hot here. Thank you so much for preheated chair for me. Well, thank you very much. I should call former mayor and actually Councilmember Harrington. It's my great honor that can team up with you as a mayor and vice mayor since last year. and I really appreciate everything they have done throughout the year. And it's my great honor that as a new mayor, that I will be working with you and just keep doing our great work. So now, selection of vice mayor. The floor is now open for nominations for the selection of vice mayor. Are there any nominations for vice mayor?
I nominate Denise for the vice mayor. Councilmember.
Councilwoman Denise Menchaca has been nominated for vice mayor. Is there any other nomination?
I would nominate Councilmember Chan.
Councilmember Chan has been nominated for vice mayor. So, so there are two candidates now. So we would just do it by order. Any other nomination? I hear none. So I close the floor to nomination. And now that's the start to vote for the first Councilwoman Menchaca, Denise Menchaca. Please vote. Okay. So the city clerk.
So the motion
Wait, what
passes.
was that? Wait, sorry, I misunderstood. What is the motion for,
Appoint Councilmember Menchaca.
as vice mayor?
Yes, as the vice mayor. We will just go by order. So if we will, the first run, if she gets it, then we don't need the second run.
To appoint her as vice mayor?
Yes.
Okay, and so,
So now it's the first come, first serve. So it's a Councilwoman Menchaca. Now we have two nominees. So she's the first one.
but if we all vote for her, then she is vice mayor?
Correct.
Okay.
And just for the public, I'm sure you figured this out, but we're not able to switch the names on the board. So Councilman Harrington and Mayor Wu are opposite on that board.
Okay. Please.
The motion passes by a vote of 3-2.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor Denise Menchaca.
Thank you so much.
So next item, please.
Is there anyone wishing to address the council? If so, please give your speaker's card to the clerk. Actually, only allowed one during public comment, either the first or the second time.
Okay, thank you. So next one, city manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to our new mayor and our new vice mayor. I just have one quick thing to announce. It looks like we will be starting our farmer's market on April the 27th. I'm extremely excited about that. That is tentative, so we'll send out plenty of social media posts and notices to the community, but providing we're able to get everything together, it looks like April the 27th, Saturday morning. So it's going to be a great addition to the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Council comments and conference meeting reports. So who would like to come first?
Just real brief because of time. I was honored to be at, it's called Stop the Hate Art Contest with the Art Academy, West California Art Academy, and it was wonderful to see these students who are just so talented. They did drawings, and then they were able to go up there and describe what the drawings were about the type of hate. And it ranged from body shaming to lack of intelligence, was what one child said. It was just very wide range. So I was very happy to be there. Everybody received a trophy of sorts, and then of course certificates for a variety of individuals, legislators. They were kind of divvied up by cities too, so our city gave 5, but there was like 25. But it was really, really nice, and just to see our youth be able to express themselves with art and then have to verbalize it too. So that was all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Menchaca, and any other council member would like to address.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Uh,
Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, okay, thank you, the mayor. First of all, thanks the former mayor, Harrington, your service. And second, congratulations, the current mayor, it's a new mayor, okay. And then for the last 2 weeks, okay, I on the March 12th, I have a chance to, the early morning, Nancy assigned to me to the Roseville Elementary School reading across American. Okay, it's for me it's a really surprise that this kind of event, because I don't feel I have to read in front of the fifth grade, the children. So it's a great experience. So yeah, and for the encourage the kids the reading, but also give me chance to practice the English too. Even I'm a first generation the Chinese American. It's good.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got the kindergartners.
Oh.
Not to mention that, much easier than the fifth graders.
Okay. They score me. It looks like I say, what am I reading? They most kids, they raise their hand. I'm reading good. So that's okay. And 16 on Saturday, I have a chance to go to the La Casa for the fundraising for a yard sale to help the La Casa for the community. It's a great event too. I saw that our PD fire also go there. Oh, actually, Roseville, there I saw that PD fire to reading the class too go there. Okay, and it's a really good community event for the La Casa. And yesterday, last night, I have a chance to go to the San Gabriel Historical Association. Their new board installation, and they have I forgot her name. It's do the very great the presentation, especially talking about our historical for our village area. Okay. Yeah. It's that time builder, it's maybe developed person called Bilton. Yeah, okay. So it's give me a lot of our city, the history. It's really good to learning about that too. So yeah, I glad last 2 weeks I have chance to have the community event. So another one, it's for the sanitation meeting. I got the information. Maybe cities, Matthew can help to post it on the April 13th, Saturday morning, and sanitation have the Earth Day Festival at Whittier. So if Matthew you can research it and posting for our city, encourage the kids. Actually, it looks like this is a fun festival. It's a family festival. It's not far away too. Not like sometimes most of the sanitation is a little bit far away, but this one it's maybe 20 minutes driving. So yeah, it's a great event too. That's I suggest. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Ding. Any other colleagues would like to do the report? I see none. Closed session, none. The next regular city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. and meeting adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Thank you.